this morning and this afternoon, I want to get us through the materials up through the discussion of the different archetypal structures, their various manifestations, shadow manifestations, positive manifestations, and so forth and so on. In the morning, tomorrow, I would like, if we may get, I don't know how our time's going to run, but this is kind of my goal, that we get through all of the archetypes today, and that in the morning we're able to focus more on the interrelationships between them and other clinical issues that come up relating to these other clinical and personality issues, and give us the time for discussion in the morning of clinical issues for those of you that work with us professionally. And I would like you all to come very casual tomorrow, because I intend for us to do, those of you that are willing to do it, to do some experiential work with these archetypes using active imagination techniques. And we're going to give you a first-hand encounter with some of these contents, and let you do some internal dialoguing with them, and then those of you that are willing to can say something about what you experienced during this process of imaginal encounter. I do this whenever I lead a workshop on this topic, and I find that people usually are very stricken by what they encounter coming from these inner figures in the process of active imagination. So we'll do that and discuss that in the morning. So do come very comfortable tomorrow. Some of you will want to stretch out on the floor for that process when I give you a relaxation induction into some imaginal space. So that's pretty much the agenda as I see it for today and tomorrow. And if there's no other comments or questions about it, are there any questions about how we will proceed? In this format, feel free to raise your hand and stop me for a point of clarification or elaboration. We don't have to function as if it's a big lecture hall here. So just raise your hand, and I will try to respond and to clarify things as we go. And again, let me just begin by talking a little bit about the situation that we find ourselves in, and then I want to go more deeply into the structure of transformation and the archetype of initiation, and then you jump right into discussing these archetypal images and their manifestation. Again, as I was pointing out last night, we need to see a great deal of current problems in our culture and around the world in terms of failures that we are having in terms of ritual process and ritual leadership. Let me refer you to an issue of Zygon that I co-edited a few years ago, which is a special issue of Zygon on ritual and human adaptation. It gives a sort of an overview about the some of the new work in neurophysiology and ritualization, and it has Victor Turner's very significant essay, Brain, Body, and Culture, in it. Yeah. I think it's the fall '83 issue. We can check that, but But there has been just recently, an increasing awareness of the importance of ritualization. And one of the things that did this actually was the work of the Freudian analyst Erik Erikson. His work sort of changed the traditional Freudian influence on this topic and made it possible for people to see the positive aspects of ritualization in a way that had not been the case so much in the psychoanalytic community. And since Erikson, there's been a lot more awareness of this side of human life again. You know, Freud himself depreciated ritual as being obsessional and really a manifestation of psychopathology rather than any kind of thing which human beings really needed. But as anthropology, cultural anthropology, has become more influential, we've become more and more aware of the importance of having a psychosocial response which is appropriate to instinctual potentials and which enables people to develop their instinctual potentials in a social and cultural context. In other words, we have learned that civilization is not the enemy necessarily of the psyche, that culture and its representatives have to understand the potentials of the psyche and do something to help those potentials be facilitated and manifested in a most constructive way possible. Now, in primitive cultures, somebody pointed out last night, in primitive cultures, it was a little easier to get simplicity on this. In other words, if your job as a mature man was to take care of the herd, and you lived with the Maasai, then the process of cooking a mature Maasai man was relatively more simple than cooking somebody that's going to have to be a man in Chicago in 1987. Because in modern culture, there is just such a radicalized complexity of the challenges of what it means to be a man, and it's awfully hard to get anybody to agree on what that is, much less prepare rituals to help people become men. But nevertheless, that's the perennial human task. And our situation is such that continually we seem to do a very poor job of this, and the results of it we see in our consulting rooms all the time. And that is men who are very angry and very confused, feeling at the same time violent and impotent. So this is a very difficult situation now, and it's very interesting to think about the relationship between the increasing difficulty that men are having with the increasing awareness that is beginning to develop among women about the necessity of getting clarity about feminine identity and feminine power and the descent of the goddess and related topics. Somebody was telling me yesterday about a new book that's come out about how men feel, talking about their fear of the feminine. And you could argue that men have always been afraid of the feminine, but that they may well be more afraid of it now than earlier, precisely because of this problem with masculine initiation. So it's a difficult situation today, and it's one which we have to address, because what we're seeing in popular culture today, if you look at film and you follow popular culture at all, And of course, if you're in mental health profession, that's something you really need to be doing as a matter of your own awareness of where people are living. Then you've got to be concerned about what appears to be fragmentation phenomena all over the place in popular culture. The rock scene and the imagery in the rock scene, the representations of the masculine today and the feminine, for that matter, in cinema, are all things which certainly should give us cause for concern about what we're doing about trying to generate some mature images of the feminine and some mature images of the masculine. So this is the context. Why talk about archetypes? Well, as I mentioned last night, the thing that gives Jungians a lot of hope that other people perhaps have trouble manifesting is that we don't believe that simply because there's a cultural collapse in the collective, that means that we are without resources for a grounding of the feminine and the masculine in healthy, mature forms. If we did not have some sense of the positive promise of the collective unconscious, then we would be in the same boat with therapists and psychologists of other schools, because we would assume that with the collapse of traditional cultural forms, we are lost, that we go into simply the abyss, which is formless chaos, sort of a model of the Freudian unconscious. You know, if you're a Freudian, you got to really be terrified about this situation we find ourselves in. And you've got to be very concerned predominantly about issues of control. How are you going to control these unconscious forces that are being unleashed, these chaotic forces? But we Jungians, and it's not a Pollyanna-like hope by any means, but we Jungians do believe that there is a ground plan, that there are deep structures in the psyche for both feminine and masculine, and that contact, appropriate contact with these deep structures, are the key to helping us image and develop along lines which can lead to a revitalized relationship between the sexes. In this case, a revitalized masculine. So let's look a little bit more about the process of transformation that we tend to assume is working. This is really an archetypal structure, and I was hoping that they would have this book that Murray Stein and I co-edited available. It apparently is not available from Chiron Press yet. But there's a chapter in there in which I discuss and delineate this archetype of initiation more clearly in some detail, talk about its significance. But it's really the archetype of transformation and healing. And it is an archetypal structure which, from a Jungian point of view, applies to all psychotherapeutic change. To the extent that any healing is going to occur of masculine or feminine, or any other psychological structure, it's going to occur in this process. And I would say that regardless of whether you understand that this is happening, if you're practicing therapy, this is what is happening. Real change will occur only in a contained space. So this really should be drawn as sort of enclosure. It's the archetypal equivalent of the temple, or the worship, the sanctuary. And in all primitive images of healing, you get this same archetypal structure. That is to say, there's a threshold here. This is threshold 1. And there's a threshold here. When you are in need of healing, you've got to get into this. You've got to cross the first threshold. And it's usually a traumatic experience, one way or the other, getting into that. You spend time in the cooker. This is the pressure cooker. The tomb of the womb, or the womb of the tomb. And hopefully you get well done. You know, you get cooked thoroughly. And then when you're ready, you hope that your ritual elder that is presiding over the cooking will kick you out before you're overdone, right? Or before you just burn to a crisp in here, or spoil. You know, a lot of people spoil in therapy. You know, they stay with the same therapist 8 or 10 years, and they haven't gotten any better. So they spoil. They don't get kicked out. You know, if a good therapist will kick you out when you're done, or when you're obviously not cooking. After a while, they'll refer you to somebody that might be able to get the process going. So anyway, this is what used to be called, and this is where you want to read Eliade if you're not familiar with this. This is sacred space and time in traditional cultures. It was considered sacred because that is the space in which the numinous appeared. Now, everybody makes, you know, the Jungians, Jung talked about how no healing occurs without the encounter with the numinous. Well, now that's true, but I want to point out to you today and during this workshop that it's real general, and it doesn't tell you a hell of a lot to say that. And I want us to understand both what is right about that and what is misleading about it. The numinous is that magical power of the sacred. The word that Eliade talked about was hierophany, a manifestation of the sacred. You know, Christians talk about epiphany, the manifestation of Christ. Well, what is being manifested, Jungians would say, is the archetypal. What is being manifested is the realm of the archetypes, and this means the realm of the images of perfections. The archetypes are images of perfection. Those of you that had a Catholic education drank in your Thomistic metaphysics. You know, being with a capital B, the fullness of being, actus purus, and all these things. Well, that is a theological reading of the psychological kind of archetypal realm, being, fullness, potential, you know, the fullness that the actual world only partially manifests. So that's a sort of, you know, whether you think that the metaphysical point of view on all that stuff is accurate or not, from a psychological point of view, in terms of experience, that's talking about the archetypal. In other words, most of the time you're not really experiencing the power in some magnified way of the archetypes, or the archetypal. You're going to really be experiencing the power of the manifestation of the archetypes when you're in this kind of space. That is, when you are in a crisis, when you're in a regression of some kind, when you're in a therapy container, often when you're ill. In other words, it's only recently that we've begun to understand the ritual context of religious experience. It is in crisis. It's in transition states when people get religious. When they have intense religious experiences during transition states. And so this is when the archetypes manifest. Well, Eliade always pointed out, and this is consistent with the archetypal dimension on this, that that regeneration was always the goal of entering into sacred space. Anytime primitive peoples constituted sacred space, they were interested in regeneration of something. Often it was the world. They thought the world was running down. It was winter, and the world was running down, and they had to do something to get it going again. So they would have rituals, and they would contact the creation, the original one, and then it would get spinning again, get it going again. And so that is the primordial model for all healing and all regeneration and all reconstruction, all initiation, is that model of getting into a sacred special space and contacting these powerful primordial models that Jungians call the archetypes. Now, therefore, if you're wounded in the masculine, according to this kind of model, it's very clear you have to find some way to access the power of these archetypal structures to have them fill you out where you have been wounded, where you have been dented. See, if you had a father who was one of these that dented your masculinity, then you're going to have some powerful help in filling yourself out. And the fact of the matter is, the more I go around talking to people about this, many of us, females, it's really interesting how many women, when they get thinking about this, think back about the relationship with their father and how they think that their own masculine was very damaged by an abusive father. And so you don't have to be a man to have your masculinity damaged by an abusive father, or to have it wounded by a passive or weak or absent, emotionally absent father. So anyway, that is the model of healing that is under an archetypal approach. And as I say, it's more hopeful in some ways, but it isn't simple. And we'll have to get into why it's not so simple in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I may be jumping ahead or jumping off track. I was wondering if you could say a little something about, it strikes me, while part of this is very similar to a sort of Jungian analytical model, that one of the things that Eliade, I think, more talks about is this happening in terms of a collective, that this is a group experience rather than an individual experience, whereas analysis is much more of an individual experience, and I really don't see any collective Jungian rituals.
Well, there are collective Jungian rituals going on in lots of places now, but you're right, except that Eliade did do work on a lot of modes which were very individual. In fact, his own practice was very individual. I mean, Eliade in some ways was a yogi. And in fact, his early formative years were spent in India studying under various swamis. And so his own ritual practice was that of a yogi, which is very individual. And his work on shamanism would show his involvement with the very personal ritual process of a shamanic healer. Still, what you have to understand is that in tribal societies, ritual process is often, and Victor Turner points this out, totalistic. Everybody gets involved. And that's because there are not that many of you. And that's why Victor Turner argued that you don't have truly liminal ritual process in modern culture, because he thought it was based on whether or not it's total or not. That, in my view, Turner is really wrong about that. This archetypal structure underlies, it is the structure underlying all healing process, including analytical process. But it also applies to group therapy, and it also applies to social transformation ritualization, such as Martin Luther King's demonstrations in southern cities. You can analyze Martin Luther King's ritualization in Alabama underneath this model. So the archetypal model of healing is one that applies both to group settings as well as individual settings. Okay, so now let's move on to looking at these individual structures. And again, it should be clear to you from what we talked about last night that even if you don't like the image of the king or the image of the warrior, that if you are a Jungian, you understand these things are not going to disappear, and that they have to be seen for what they are and used in a constructive way to manifest the purpose that they are designed for. So let's go back in and look more at the king to start with now. And I want to encourage you, if you have interest in archetypal things at all, to look a lot more at this kingship thing and think about it a lot. Ask yourself why people are so fascinated with kings. Why is it that we get so much attention to the prince and princess of England? Why is there such media hype about that? I mean, well, it's archetypal stuff. I mean, it catches people in this area, this sector of the psyche. And the more you look into this image of kings and queens and princes and princesses, then you can begin to get some feel for what an archetype is. Because these things carry a fascination that is magically powerful for people. For example, you cannot understand John Kennedy at all without understanding this archetype. There's no way to understand John Kennedy's charisma and his own myth. And in some ways, you could argue you can't understand his death without understanding this archetypal structure. Because you can argue that John Kennedy was possessed by the archetype of the sacred king. And that once one is possessed by that, you have to be killed. You have to die if you're possessed by it. Now remember, our goal, folks, is not to get anybody possessed by it. Our goal is to have people accessing it appropriately without locking them into a myth they don't understand. But there are a number of things. Let me just talk a little bit more about Kennedy to give you a little feel for this. They were up front about this mythology of Camelot being the characterizing image for their administration. It was quite clear that they took that very seriously. Now, they joke about it a little bit, but it wasn't too funny to them. One of the interesting things about, that have come out about Kennedy, his enormous promiscuity sexually, makes great sense underneath this archetype. Because the sacred king in primitive cultures never committed adultery. All the women were his, just by virtue of who he was. Yes?
How does that relate to the shadow side of the lover? It was my impression that that's what comes through the shadow side of the lover.
That is certainly the archetypal lover stuff coming out as well. See, there's an inflation here, a large inflation. And usually in any person, you don't get just one archetype. See? In any person, and also, as I pointed out last night, remember, in any god or goddess, you don't usually get just one archetype. That's the confusing thing. You have to have eyes to see. See, Kennedy was also into this warrior business, the Berlin speech. You will bear any burden, fight any foe, whatever, pay any price. Now that was the warrior. But in terms of this, in terms of the thing about the sacred king, see, he owns all the women. They're all, he has no moral, there's no moral reason why he should not have all the women in the realm. I have seen this in terms of a very prominent psychotherapist who got into this king mode, and his career was destroyed because he began to act it out. And the thing that just blew everybody's minds about this individual was that he, when confronted about this, he could not see anything wrong with what he was doing, which is, in my view, a litmus test for sort of an archetypal possession. He was unable to see any problem with what he was doing, having sexual relations with so many of his women patients. And so this thing is very powerful. The thing I mentioned last night, that the king embodies the life principle. The sacred king embodies the life principle for the realm. You might even say he is libido with a capital L. See? He is generativity. He is fertility. He is creativity. And to the extent, the interesting thing is that to the extent that a person is accessing this archetypal potential in any kind of positive way, the person will be very creative. And if he is not manifesting this stuff in its shadow form, he will be fostering creativity all around him. The what we would call the good king, you know what, children, I love talking to children about this because, you know, I like to say, well, tell me what's a bad king like? Oh, they'll tell me what a bad king is like. It's amazing. Just ask them. See what I mean. Well, what's a good king like? And they'll tell you. It's fair. Nobody ever told them, but they can tell you. But the good king, the good, positive, constructive side of this thing when it's manifest, fosters creativity, is not jealous of other people's creativity, takes great pride and joy in creativity of others. Think about the administrators you know. Those of you who are academics, think about the deans you know. And those of you who are in business, think about the CEOs, the vice presidents you have to work with, and so forth. And think about how they're doing on this archetype. We won't talk about clergy, bishops, etc. But you can locate them somewhere on this. A lot of the time, what you will notice is that a really positive, functioning CEO is someone who has got a lot of the positive side of this king archetype. He is able to delegate authority. See, if you are really into the positive side of this thing, you are not jealous of your subordinates becoming good. And you can think about this a little bit, and you can understand why it would be that someone who was really accessing a really powerful side of this king archetype would be able to want the strongest possible knights in his service. See? And to take great delight in them. You can also almost talk about this as the archetypal matrix of blessing. Blessing comes when the king in his positive aspect sees you. You know all this stuff about the audiences with the Pope? It's under this archetypal structure. The Pope is organized under a kingship archetype in terms of its fundamental kind of, it's modeled on the emperor. And when you have an audience with the Pope, it's not just something you do just for fun. You go there to see, to view, and to be seen. In other words, there is a magical aspect to an audience, to come before the king. You see this structure in Indian religion most clearly, where it's very important for you to view the guru. It's important for you to sit down and look at the guru. Look at the guru's face. It's very important for the guru to look at you, because it is seen as a constitutive act. In other words, it is a powerful act of blessing if you can be viewed by this archetypal structure in its positive form. This is what Erik Erikson talks about in the context of confirmation. See? But I prefer just to talk about it as blessing. The king, when the king is in his healthy, joyous mode, takes delight in seeing his people. See? And he loves seeing them thrive. And he loves doing anything he can to help them be generative. Because you see, in the numinosity of this, he identifies totally with it. If I am the king and you are one of my people, when you thrive, I thrive. There is this magical identification, participation mystique, between us. If you thrive, I thrive. If something's going wrong with you, I feel it in my bones. Yes?
Could you see this in terms of the recent troubles with the president, in terms of all the people under him and the so-called good king now all of a sudden gone bad? And how Ronald Reagan saw himself as this king archetype and maybe delegated too much to the point where he didn't know what was happening.
Certainly that's the archetypal context of all this stuff. The way to think about that would be this. Reagan doesn't have a hell of a lot of the megas, right? And this is the problem of anybody that's really into the king stuff but hasn't very much megas. Because if you're a little stupid, you know you can really be had by your subordinates. By subordinates that are not what you thought they were. See? I mean, even if you assume some sort of naivete on his part, see?
The slaying of the king?
Yes, and there is, you see, there is in uninitiated males, there is a real desire to see the death of the king for the wrong reasons. And of course, the wish for the death of the king is archetypal in itself, because there is a part of us in men that we know that there's some sense in which the king has got to die and we've got to be the king. It's Parsifal. We know that our job is to become king. But if you're really a puer, what you really want to see is the king to get knocked off so you can laugh and enjoy it, and then you can go on vacation. You know, I'll see you in Mexico. You know, nothing about, okay, the king's going to die, and now I'm going to take on the yoke. That's none of that stuff for a puer. That's just like, I hate your guts. You know, all of you men are just alike. That's what a puer really feels. So you think women hate men? Puers hate men. That's what it means to be a puer. You really hate men. You don't hate boys, you hate men. Yeah.
Does that mean like the press and Washington Times defend for Edmund and all this too much that they have so much fun?
Whenever you get that blood in the water syndrome around any president or any leader, it's not just presidents, you notice this in any administrative structures. When the sharks smell the blood in the water and that the king is vulnerable, there's a frenzy that occurs. Because all this very badly repressed desire to destroy the king gets starting to be acted out. And of course, if a man in a role like that is not really well developed, he'll invite that. Because the psyche has this real desire to manifest the truth. And if you really are a fraud, and you're an uninitiated male parading as the great king or the great magus or whatever, there are going to be forces in the unconscious which seek to expose you. And it's going to be forces in the group unconscious seeking to expose you. There, as the Taoist sages used to say, there will be a hole for the rhinoceros's horn to enter. There will be a hole there underneath the water line. You know. Yes.
What about the Fisher King and all the stories of the king's death for regeneration of the land and the people? I mean, that seems not to be related to this individual.
Well, it is related archetypally. It's just that see, people intuit more than they can understand or integrate. And the Fisher King thing is the archetypal structure, which understands that the deteriorating aspects of the king have to be flushed away. They have to die here. This is death. And so the king, look at Joseph Campbell's thing on the tyrant holdfast. It's the same structure. The tyrant holdfast in any organization has to die so that the true king or the new king can get consolidated. And so the Fisher King thing and the wounded king thing and the healing of the king is always an archetypal dynamic that's going on, but it's acted out in so many different ways, and usually technically acted out. It's acted out in the sense of an unconscious acting out. It's like when we get in an organization and our leader is somehow made vulnerable briefly, our desire to knock him off and embarrass him and shame him and maybe get him removed is very often just acting out of this stuff, projecting on him our own stuff, not realizing that we have within us the wounded king in our father complex, that the wounded king that really needs to be flushed and replaced with a more healthy structure is the structure, the imago, the father imago in the father complex. Yeah.
I'm still seeing two different themes here. One is which I wrote down when you first were talking, is the individual wish for the death of the king in order to bring up one's own king archetype.
Yes.
An individual thing.
Yes.
The other is the social event where the society, and acted out, in fact, in
yes.
societies where
yes.
the king was killed.
Yes, it's right.
Yeah, I understand. Now, am I wrong in saying different themes there, or are they related?
Well, see, they are related in terms of the archetypal structure. They are not the same phenomenon, but they are related at the level of the archetype. And that's this whole thing about the social expression of the archetype and the individual expression of the archetype. They are tied at the archetypal level. They are different phenomena, and you will see them manifesting differently.
And I guess I just have difficulty using the idea of king to think about the sorts of power relationships that we encounter in our world presently.
Mm-hmm.
And that bothers me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry I can't ask a better
Well, I'll
question.
be happy to comment on that, yeah. Well, see, that was what was interesting to John Perry when he was doing this preliminary research on this. Why was it that all these schizophrenics in our society, when they were in a regressed mode, started coming up with imagery of a sort of a world in which kingship, sacral kingship, was the structure, and the quadrated world was the cosmos, because they were not living in a country where kingship was a political structure at all. And you might want to look some at his work on that to get some sense of the conclusions he drew on that. I just think that that what you see in kingship, and remember, there is no secular kingship. There's no such thing as secular kingship. Kingship in human culture has always been a sacral phenomenon. Kingship is anachronism in the modern world, because the religious structures that underlie kingship are pre-modern, and yet that is what Perry would say ties it to the archetypal, because all of these archetypes are primitive structures. They manifest in pre-modern culture in more open, obvious forms. You don't get them manifesting in the same way. For example, the same thing is true of the magician. See, the same thing is true clearly of the magician. Well, it's not as true of the warrior. I mean, you know, Rambo is pretty contemporary, but those two images are more clearly in traditional culture. But you have to understand the archetype, Jung would say, is not the king. It is the flow pattern underlying what is manifested in traditional cultures as a king. It is a particular form that took the form in human culture of sacral kingship. So it is quite clear that if you weren't doing archetypal reflection, you sure wouldn't talk about kings. But if you study cross-culturally pre-modern cultures and look at what manifests, then you start coming to king. You may call it chieftain. If you're studying African culture, you may call it the chieftain. And what I've done in this is to look at a lot of these things in a lot of different cultures. But it is the sacred world of the archetypal that makes talking about the king and the queen, I think, necessary. Yes, go ahead, Bob.
In church liturgies, in the interest of inclusive language, to eliminate references to kingship and so forth is really playing with stuff that is essential to the human psyche.
In my view. See, in my view, it's totally wrong-headed to desexualize religious language, and it is this. You see, in my view, It's just as wounding to the masculine in women to do that as it is to the masculine in men. The problem in Christian theology and Christian liturgy is a big one, as I was saying last night. I mean, it is an enormous, humongous problem for constructive theology that I don't know whether it's ever going to deal with. And that is how to get a balanced symbolic and still be a Christian. You're going to have to end up being a radical left-wing reformer type to be able to manage something like that. To bring in the feminine imagery that needs to be brought into religious iconography. And we can talk more about that later. But let me go on with some of the stuff about the king. I talked about the king embodying the life principle. The king also embodies the principle of order. The king's role, in addition to being the center, is, the life principle, the generativity, the creativity, is to form the center. We'll just turn this into the quadrated universe here. I can't draw a circle. John Perry called the king the Lord of the Four Quarters. And what you notice is that the throne is right at the center. So you can see here how the two roles of the king, the sacral king, interplay right here at this point. This is where life and creativity flows forth, from the axis mundi, from the center. That is true across a great deal of imagery and symbolism. The life forces flow from the world navel. See? In Christian iconography, this is where the cross is. But the throne sits right at the center there, and it's the center that gives forth fertility and creativity and well-being and regeneration, but it's also the center in terms of holding time and space together. You want to see this not two-dimensionally, you want to see this three-dimensionally, and look at it as a sphere. And that is right in the deep center of the sphere. In Egyptian thought, they call this principle of order Maat, M-A-A-T. In a lot of Indian thought, it's called Dharma. In Chinese thought, it's called the Tao, T-A-O. But in any case, the sacral king was the embodiment of correct order. He was essentially one with the source of the correct order. And if he was not one with it, now think about the processes of identification here, in psychodynamically speaking. Identification. Remember I told you how he's identified with the people in the realm? He's also identified, not only I am the state, not only I am the people, but I am the order. And so he embodies correct order. He is essentially one with the source of order, and he upholds justice in this mode. This is not the warrior mode of the king. See, the king, a real actual king, will get into his role as general. And that's an archetypal shift. But in this particular archetypal mode, he does not coerce order. He generates order just by being rightly ordered. He upholds justice by living it. He is the king. He is the center. Now, outside the boundaries of this order created by his participation in the divine order is chaos. All this stuff out here is chaos. The center does not hold outside the realm. And the fact is that in this ancient way of thinking, there are always forces outside that want to disorder, create chaos. See? And so the good king, in terms of this traditional imagery, operates from the center. He orders with a minimum of coercion. He orders to facilitate creativity and not to stifle it. He takes delight in the realm and everything and everyone in it when he's in this mode. He's in that blessing mode. He stewards the realm. He husbands the realm. One of my feminist colleagues asked me why I didn't talk about fathers, the archetype of the father. This is the archetype of the royal father. This is the father archetype. What do you mean this is the father archetype? Well, this is the numinous father that children project on their father. This is why you're so disappointed in your father, because this is what he's supposed to be. To say the archetypal father and the royal father and the sacred father is the same thing. So this is why it's so hard to carry this if you're a real man, and you have to carry this for your son. But if you don't carry it, as Winnicott would say, good enough, then you screw up your son.
What about for your daughters?
You screw up your daughters. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. And you might let some of the women speak about their experience of this, but it's very, very difficult for a daughter whose father is the wounded king. Look at Linda Leonard's book on the, what's the title? The Wounded Woman. She's talking about what happens to a woman when her father is the wounded king, and he's not able to carry this. Now, believe it or not, there are men that are able to carry this well enough. Well enough. Not perfectly, but well enough. And you probably have met some. Now, you probably haven't met many, but you've probably met some. Okay, so one of the characteristics is of the king in this positive manifestation is his joy. This is a joyous mode. It's the joyous archetypal parent who can bless. He is not melancholy. He is not paranoid. See? We get into the paranoia when the Shadow King comes out. He is creative himself. He is potent. He is engendering. He is nurturant of creativity and potency in others. In short, he is empowering. To the extent one embodies this, the exercise, the very interesting thing here, and it's one of the things that's difficult today for people to talk about, and that's power. Because there's a real suspicion of power abroad. And there are good reasons for suspicion of power. But there is a tendency for people to think power is bad. We want to disempower you if we can. It's that paranoid position, you know. But in this manifestation, this person is powerful, and he does not abuse it. He's powerful. He uses the power to empower. Now that's masculine initiation. It takes a powerful man to initiate in a masculine initiation. But if it is a man who is in touch with this archetypal reality in himself, he will be powerful and he will empower. And you will be able to look around him. And you can tell pretty much where he is on this by what happens to the men around him. Certainly to the men around him, and I think you'd argue also to the women. What a lot of feminists do not realize is that shadow kings are no more empowering of the males around them than they are the females. Shadow kings don't want anybody getting strong and creative around them. Okay. Let's take about 10 minutes and come back, and I'll go a lot more into the shadow side of the king before going on. Okay, let me start with the talking more about the shadow side of the king. And we will know much more about this than we do about the positive side of the king, because we've met more expressions of this. Of course, there are many images in history that come to mind when you start thinking about the shadow king. Let's name a few. Who comes to mind?
Louis the 14th.
Stalin. Nero. Caligula. Some would say Saul. I think I would include Saul there. In spite of John Sanford's.
Isn't it Johnson?
Yeah, sure. The image in Joseph Campbell of the tyrant Holdfast is an image of the shadow king. In Christian tradition, the one that is, destined to maintain our collective projection of this is Herod. Herod the king in his regime. And if you think about Advent in the Christian experience, it organizes right around this, The new king is coming. And the shadow king knows it. And he, even though the new king carries the redemption of the entire world, and even though the stars in the celestial hierarchy are celebrating his coming, and the animals in the stables are celebrating his coming, the shadow king is enraged, and he is paranoid, and he marshals his armies, and he sends them out to search out the little boy babies. And he has as many of the little boy babies killed as he can. Now there is the shadow king. Because what is imaged in that story is archetypally true about the shadow manifestation of this archetype. Because those little boy babies in this imagery are the creativity and the new life and the hope and all of the things which threaten someone who is really wounded in this structure. And so it is everything that causes great tension between a father and his son. It is the basis for the envy of a father for the son. And the father's hatred of the son, which we might as well get out on the table. And which gets played out in mentor-mentee relationships constantly. Talk to men about their mentor-mentee relationships and see how many of them had a really good relationship with a mentor compared with the ones that had a very damaging relationship with a mentor. See. Talk to graduate students about their relationships with their graduate advisors. And you get a lot of understanding about this kind of manifestation. Shadow King does not want to bless as much as he wants to be blessed. He does not want to see as much as he wants to be seen. In other words, in psychoanalytic terms, in Cohoosian terms, you would say that the Shadow King does not want to mirror for the purposes of the healing of the other and the development of the other so much as he wants to be mirrored. He wants to be admired. He does not want to admire so much as he wants to be admired. If you're an older man and you have responsibility for the leadership of younger men, you simply have to ask yourself, how much admiring do you do of the younger men around you? Because if you're not admiring the younger men around you, you are probably manifesting your Shadow King stuff. Young men need desperately to be admired by older men. And if you're a young man and you're not getting admired by an older man, you're getting hurt. You're not being welcomed into the fullness of masculinity. You're not getting initiated, so to speak. And so think back over your experience as a man and think how much of that you got and from whom. It's very touching sometimes to have a man think about that and realize how little of it he ever got from anybody. And it's very touching then for that man to look at his relationships with younger men and realize how stingy he is with the men around him. And to understand why he's so stingy with his blessing. It's funny. I mean, you would think that people would be, it doesn't cost you a thing to admire a younger man, you would think. You could pass it out like M&Ms if you were, It wouldn't cost you a thing. Except for this small problem. This is the locus of narcissistic woundedness. If you want to understand the narcissistic personality disorders, it is in this organization where you understand it. A DSM-3 classified narcissistic personality disorder is a person who is possessed by this archetype and is manifesting it as a Shadow King. So if you've got a narcissistic boss, it's just another way of talking about the Shadow King. Somebody that acts like they think they're God's gift to the world. And they do not have to do anything. You should just admire them. You should come in for your audience with me. Except that with the Shadow King, it's not that you come into my office so I can bless you. With the Shadow King, it's you come into my office so that you can admire me in my greatness and not give me anything that would question it or upset me or make me more paranoid, because I'm already paranoid. Yeah, Paul.
Solzhenitsyn in the first circle has some beautiful examples of this with very, very highly placed generals and so forth in interviews with Stalin. And every last one of them going there just waiting for the accidents, who they just never knew.
I'd love to see some of those accounts. Yeah, Bob.
Do the Shadow King and the Good King do battle with each other, or aren't they talking?
Depends on the man. I think probably some men are so consumed in this thing that the Good King never gets a word in. But probably more of us are constantly fighting. And you'll notice that that you will be able to just think about your relationships. That with some young men you can be the Good King, and with others you are Caligula. So there is, both ends are in everyone, and you occupy some part of the spectrum. And like Christians say, you don't ask, do I sin, but how do I sin? The way that you ought to deal with this thing is not to ask, do I manifest the Shadow King, but how do I manifest the Shadow King, and when do I manifest it? Because we all do. It's the best way to treat the archetypes is to never give yourself an out to be into denial. Always ask how you're manifesting the shadow side of any archetype, because you are manifesting the shadow side. You cannot help it. You are human. But if you will become conscious like that, it will help you move a little bit more toward constructive appropriations and manifestations. The Shadow King exploits his realm rather than stewarding it. This is the CEO who, when he makes decisions in his business, has really got his mind on his next move to be CEO of a bigger company. And the decisions he is making has nothing to do with the welfare of this firm. He's trying to keep his profit margin on the bottom line looking good, so that when he starts getting his headhunter to look for another CEO post for him, that he's going to have the best possible chance to move up in his career. It happens a lot. If you know any headhunters, talk to some headhunters about this. This happens a lot. There are a lot of people in CEO positions that are not stewarding their companies. They're stewarding their careers. Somebody who merely stewards a career, whether it's as a CEO or a professor or a psychotherapist, is in the shadow side of this thing. Shadow King is always castrating. Castrates his sons, and castrates his daughters. Okay, so the pathological manifestations of this thing come in a number of ways. The first, of course, I would call the sort of the usurpation pattern. I've been talking about that when I've talked about the narcissistic personality disorder. The usurpation, that is the identification with the king archetype, and you think you're the king. I mean, you really are it. You're not relating to an archetype. You are it. And that is when you get this adore me, venerate me, idealize me, mirror me, I am sensitive and easily hurt, I rage at imagined slights. See? I have little empathy with anybody else's feelings. I am not capable of loving. I will use you. If you make the mistake of marrying me, you will fast learn that you do not have a relationship with me. You are an extension of me. You are merely a self-object. And you will be able to tell that you are only a satellite, going around my sun. That you have no real being in yourself. And if you're a friend of mine, you will have you will be aware of this vaguely and hate to admit it. Because you will notice that I never focus on you. You will notice that I bore easily. That's a classic litmus test for the Shadow King. A Shadow King is bored a lot. The constructive side of the king is never bored. Boredom is one of the most pathological, demonic phenomena in human life, and it is one of the ones that gets the least attention. But it's a significant indication of pathology, especially chronic boredom. Yeah.
Adolescent development. I know with my 14-year-old son, there are times when this is really an issue. Boredom. That's a natural part, isn't it? Adolescent.
His boredom or your boredom?
Yes. And laying it on me as dad. He knows he's got me when he does that. It's a natural kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but you got to, when you're dealing with someone, you got to understand what it's like. It's hard to remember what it's like being an adolescent or a child. But you're still dealing with a lot of enormous power relationships in which you are at least 1 down or 2 down or 3 down or 4 down. And my boredom with you and my coming on board with you, Dad, is part of my power. I've got to have some space. I've got to have some power. And my test of you is whether you can respect my space. And if you are a good king, you will let me have space even if it seems antisocial. And you will continue to see me and to let me know that you are blessing me in spite of the fact that I'm raising hell and acting bored and all this sort of thing. You will continue to give me messages that you are my son in whom I am well pleased. See, it's so difficult for a father to communicate, and I don't mean to say that because the son would come right back and say bullshit. But I mean the subliminal message from a father to a son or daughter ought to be that. It ought to constantly emanate, radiate. You are my beloved son or daughter in whom I am well pleased. And that ought to pulsate underneath the surface of everything. Because if it's not pulsating underneath the surface, what you've got is a basic fundamental radiation of curses. Because the Shadow King is not passive. The Shadow King is always emanating. But he does not emanate blessing. He emanates curses. And so what you got to understand is when somebody, Winnicott said it well. The task of an adolescent is to kill the parents. The task of the parent is not to retaliate. And we would say, today, is to contain, to hold this, to be destroyed and not be destroyed. To be destroyed and not be destroyed. Now that is the same dynamic that you have to have in any leadership function. You have to be so connected with the ground, the deep structures of your potency and power that when somebody brings out the saber and starts carving on your phallus, that you are not totally undone by this.
You've been around teenagers, haven't you?
Well, listen, you just been around a little bit, and you know that this is the nature of the thing that you will be carved on. If you're not grounded deeply in the deep sources of your own masculine potency, you will be undone at the first carving. And it is the task of a leader to be so grounded that every rebellion does not seem like it's going to bring the house down. And it also does not bring out the narcissistic rage with all of its heavy artillery. And see, in the uninitiated male, what will happen is that at the first sign of any kind of resistance, in other words, read that, I am a person too, Dad, or I am a person too, boss, which is psychodynamically wonderful. At the first sign of that, though, the weaker, the more shadowy the king is, the radar-guided guns will start training in, and then they will start going and start firing away at the audacity of this younger person to challenge me. See? Think about narcissistic race. Think about, get Theodore Milan's book, Disorders of Personality, and read the chapter on the narcissistic personality disorder. And it'll help you understand the shadow king thing, because the narcissistic personality disorder is somebody who is just manifesting the shadow side of this in spades, in the usurpation form. Now, the other side of the pathology of this is not usurpation at all. See, a pathological form of relationship to this archetype is not just being possessed by it. That's one. The other side is totally being alienated from it and projecting it onto others. That's where you get all the personality dynamics which have an external locus of control. In contrast to the narcissistic personality disorder, which says, I am the center. There's the possession. I am the center. I am the state. I am the company. I am the family. On the other side of that is the dependent personality types. In the DSM-3 they call it dependent personality, and they call the histrionic personality. These persons projected out. And they're constantly looking to find the king. And it's no accident that so many women who are dependent personality types marry narcissistic personality disorders. It's a classic pattern. What happens is that she projects her king onto this narcissistic personality disorder. And of course, you can see what part she's projecting. It's the shadow king. Because if she had had a good king for a father, she wouldn't be so dependent. Follow? She would be much more developed as a woman if her father had been more in the good king side of this thing. So it figures that the king she has to lock up with is a shadow king. So she projects all that on him. Well, what does he project on her? Well, he's huffing and puffing and worship me, and he's totally out of touch with the black hole of space that is his real lack of self-structure. He's totally out of touch consciously with his feelings of weakness, his real essential passivity, his real lack of creativity. And so he projects his wounded anima and all of his weakness on her. So she carries that for him. And often she carries all of his depression. These women are depressed as hell. But the interesting thing is they get into therapy a lot. The dependent types can form a good therapeutic alliance fast. And they will often get into analysis or psychotherapy, depth therapy a lot, and they start getting better. And it's very interesting. They start getting better. They start integrating their own positive, strong sides. And all of a sudden, he gets depressed. Why does he get depressed? Well, because now she won't carry it for him. He's got to deal with his own depression. See? And his own weakness and his own insecurity that he won't admit when he's acting like little Lord Fauntleroy with a crown. So I call these abdication dynamics. The dependent personalities abdicate. Don't give me any power. I don't want it. It's amazing. That's one of the things you notice about dependent personalities. You think they're going to accept more power fast when you first have them in therapy. But after you work with them a while, you notice that they mean well, but they don't want too much additional power too fast. And you start noticing it's like, please, Mr. Custer, I don't want to go. Don't give me any of this. Why not? Well, then they'll expect me to do more. What do you mean? Well, don't you want to do more? Well, I haven't thought of that. I work with a number of young men in this category. And they haven't thought beyond the first couple of sets of questions. They haven't really thought about why it is they don't want any more responsibility. They really thought they just sort of were lazy. You know, a lot of people use the word lazy as an explanation. It doesn't explain anything. It just describes. Say, well, I'm just lazy. No, you're not just lazy. Nobody is just lazy. What do you mean you're just lazy? What's going on here? Then they begin to realize that they are frightened of power. Why are they frightened of power? Well, it's very common, very obvious why they're frightened of power, because the people in their families who had power misused it. And they do not want to be identified with anybody like that. And a lot of sons are this way, particularly if they had very powerful, very abusive fathers. And if they are too tight with their mothers, which they usually are. Freudians call that Oedipal problem, of course. Okay. But always in the abdication mode of this, you project the center out there somewhere. That's what they talk about as the external locus of control. And the way you see this in the compulsive personality is a little different. The compulsive personality does not have a center. But they keep trying to create one. They don't so much project it outside as they're constantly trying to formulate one. They don't have a deep structural access to a center. They don't identify with the king. They're sort of out of touch with the king, and they're trying to live without him. So they're always on the edge of chaos. It's like a kingdom without the king. The king's off somewhere running around like Mark Antony, you know. He's off somewhere running around. And the thing is constantly threatened by chaos. And so a compulsive is always trying to create order, feeling overwhelmed. So he's going to use rituals, figure out some way magically to create order. But he's not going to get there. He's never calm. This is the archetypal basis for calm, centeredness. And the compulsive is not accessing this. He's not projecting it out. He's not identifying with it. He's out of touch, and he's trying to create it, you know, de novo, from the ego, which does not work. And of course, that's very much like what's known as the passive-aggressive personality in the DSM-3, which is a bad designation. Passive-aggressive personalities in the DSM-3, everybody knows what that is, right? Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association. You ought to peruse it. It's real interesting. Gives you a shorthand for diagnosing all your friends. You can also use it when you're in a fight with your spouse. Well, you're a... But the passive-aggressive personality is not passive at all. They're real aggressive, though. Complaining all the time. You know. Feels like everything is always out of sorts. Nothing is ever right. And the passive-aggressive personality, you know, always you better call them negativistic personalities. Negativistic, always complaining. Those of you that are pastors know this. You have them in your committees. Nothing ever goes right. Nothing ever is something to be celebrated. They cannot celebrate anything. No joy about anything. And of course, this type decompensates into another level of severity, and we know it as the borderline. You see, the borderline personality has no positive access to this archetype. No positive access to it. It's got a lot of negative access. Okay, let me just review this a second. Talking more about the passive-aggressive personality. You got to understand that this is a syndrome in the DSM-3, and it's not the same thing when we mean when somebody is passive-aggressive. Dependent personalities are passive-aggressive. Manipulative and controlling. The passive-aggressive personality in the DSM-3 is much more negativistic in an active way. I don't know why they called it passive-aggressive. I mean, they are just negative about things, you know, and they'd be more like, well, why didn't you tell me such and such? You know, you're not taking very good care of me, is the message. You know, you're responsible and you're botching the job. You know, that sort of thing. And so it's this feeling of things being wrong, things being bad.
The feeling of transference.
What is transferred is this center and this response. You know, you're the king. You're the king. And you should be being creative. And you should be bringing this order. And you're not doing your job. And come on. Get with it. A little more creativity here, king. You know. So it is a part of this declaration of bankruptcy thing. You see when this thing is abdicated, but in the borderline personality, you see this in spades. You know, there's just very difficult having a sense of contact with the center. So the chaotic forces that seek to destabilize the realm are constantly sweeping in, you know, and then of course it goes on into this psychotic phenomena that John Perry talks about in his books, the self and psychotic process and roots of renewal and myth and madness. But what you see in all of these passive forms is really, this is puer dynamics. This is the puer. The puer abdicates responsibility. This is not the man who would be king. This is the man who would not be king. See? And you know, you see this in your organization sometimes. I certainly have seen it in academic settings. You know, it's pretty evident to a number of people sometimes, the person who ought to be the candidate for dean. But they don't want to be dean. Too much work, so forth, so on. And everybody around in the particular college, when the people are leaders there talk about it, they say, you know, so-and-so ought to be the dean. This is the person that ought to be our dean. But if this person is really not handling this thing very well, you won't accept that, you know.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it's not. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it, unless it is the problem that he has in accepting his own stewardship role. See, this careerism thing leads people to think the only important thing in life is their career and their personal comfort and personal satisfaction. The fact of the matter is that stewardship is a transpersonal thing. And it is a concept which is much out of vogue and which is, we can see the results of it being much out of vogue, because our institutions are going down the tube because of it. See?
Well, look at it in another context. The salesman who is should be sales manager, but either doesn't want to or does do it, and then is a failure because that's not what he does.
The Peter principle. Well, you know, that's a matter of gifts. What I'm talking about is a situation in which the people around know this person has the gifts, and he knows he's got the gifts. And of course, there's always the vocation, the vocatio issues, and I don't want to ride roughshod over that. I'm just talking about the man who chronically will not deal with stewardship issues in his life. He will not view himself as a resource for something other than his career or his family. He will not see any truly transpersonal aspects of his responsibilities. And this is a problem, as we'll see in a moment, both with the warrior archetype issue and with this one. And it is a real problem today. I mean, it is a problem, I mean, even if you, it's a problem even in church circles, where you would think this issue of vocation and transpersonal commitments and all that sort of thing would be a given, but there's a great deal of problem in the church today about that, and you can see it in recruitment for the ministry, because people will not encourage their young men and women to go into the ministry because it is not lucrative enough and does not have the same career potential as an MBA, etc., etc. And there's a lot of archetypal difficulties that are reflected in this, and we'll get more into it when we talk about the warrior. But I mean, when one is into the positive side of the king, this stewardship with a capital S comes up in the personality, and someone can think, can really formulate the question, how am I stewarding who I am for this planet? It's amazing how few people ever ask that question. And it's one of the most important questions in the world. And you know, when I'm working with people in analysis, I'm not at all embarrassed to frame their life and their individuation in that context. Because quite frankly, if you take Jung's own understanding about you've got to achieve a religious perspective and a sense of meaning to be healed, especially in the second half of life. And I would say in any part of life, you better have some sense of vocatio if you're not going to be a little crazy. And so it's a real issue that I think is important for people to deal with, and if they're out of touch with this father principle, there won't be any concern for that. You know, contemporary yuppiedom is out of touch with this. Yeah.
Family business president who said, "I am about my father's business." It's a statement of personal purpose.
I'm about my father's business.
And he went through, he said, my father's business was never left. And she tried sort of 2% or something. His father's business, taking over what his father left off, and his business of father. It was just all like a good image of the good king, which he is.
It's really impressive when you run into somebody like that, too. And you know, one of the interesting things about this, you can tell I love talking about the king. I love it. It's so I never knew very many, certainly not in my family. So it's been really wonderful for me in terms of my own healing to work in these materials, to access these archetypal potentials, you know, to let them heal my own wounds. But it's really fascinating to look at this stuff. And especially in terms of, in our culture, what happens to a man at 55. See, think about what happens to men in the mid-50s. It is bad in our culture what happens to men usually in their mid-50s because this thing is so missing in any constructive way. It's very difficult for anybody to think of anything useful for themselves after 55. To be quite frank, a lot of men get worried about it when they get 40. But it really takes on a critical, malignant, toxic, poisonous quality at 55. And that's why you see so many men dying or either spiritually dying or actually dying at that time. At the very time when, in traditional culture, they would be seen as coming into the fullness of their masculinity, into the fullness of their powers as a man. And in most traditional cultures, you do not really get there as a man until that time, really. And so, the kind of visioning I think we ought to be doing about this is to get some understanding about this stewardship with a capital S thing and this relationship to this positive side of the king archetype and relate it to the problems that we face and to the massive denial that exists in our society about these problems. It's funny. People act like things are fine. It's amazing. People act like it's, just the old 9 to 5 and just prepare your kid for their Harvard MBA and they'll have a nice 35, 40-year career. And then my grandchildren will have theirs. Everything's going to be fine and dandy. Nobody ever lets themselves think about the rainforest. Nobody ever lets themselves think about the Holocaust of the Indians in South America and Central America. What's going on right now? See? Nobody ever lets themselves think about the situation of children around the planet. What's happening there? Nobody ever lets themselves think about the enormous death rates that exist around the planet from diseases that we know how to stop. I mean, I can just go on and on and on and on. The massive denial. Well, the massive denial is another manifestation of this. No, I don't want the buck to stop here. That's abdication. And nobody wants to take their throne. You take the throne, the buck stops there. It's your realm. See, that's the paradox about this stuff. Your life is your realm. And in dreams it shows up. It's funny the way this shows up in dreams. It doesn't show up as you getting on your throne. It shows up and you're getting in the driver's seat. It's real profound images in dreams, You're sitting in the passenger seat. Nobody's at the wheel. Or one in Alazan had this dream. Those of you who know about airplanes appreciate this. There's this twin-engine executive plane sitting on a runway. Propellers going, engines are started, sitting at the end of the runway. The dreamer is sitting in the right-hand seat. His father is in the back seat asleep. Well, they just sit there a while. The engines are running. Everything is fine and dandy. The son is waiting. Father to wake up. Doesn't wake him up. He just sits and waits for him to wake up. Everything is fine and dandy. But then he notices that there's this tornado coming out across the countryside, a few miles away, coming toward the runway. He sits there, he waits for his father to wake up. His father doesn't wake up. And pretty soon he begins to get a little nervous. Thing gets closer and closer and closer. Finally, he does move over into the pilot seat, put on his belt, pushes the throttles forward, starts down the runway, and he says to himself, I don't think I can do this. But he opens the throttles up, takes the thing off, flies it out, just as the tornado gets to the airport. Now that's what it's about. But that's the way it appears in dreams. Either I'm not in the car, I'm not at the driver's seat of the car, I'm not at in the pilot's seat in the plane. That's contemporary images of this. It's not being in the throne. Yeah.
And you have been saying that the lack of ritual initiation in this culture creates that kind of application.
Sort of passivity. Yeah, sort of passivity.
Right.
Sort of, you know.
So I feel like challenging all you Jungians not only to work on your individual therapy, but I think you're in a good position to make recommendations to society. That little phrase, that's a very ambitious project. On how our education, our work, our churches are conducted to maximize, to introduce or maximize these processes of initiation.
Right. I think you're right.
There's a responsibility for more than just therapy.
Right, and see, this is one of the things that I think is important about what I call the Jungian community. The Jungian community is not just analysts; it is a lot of lay people that work in this way of thinking, and a lot of the important work being done in the Jungian community is not done by analysts. If we wait around till analysts do a lot of the important work, we'll wait till hell freezes over. Because they've got their own thing they're going to do, but it is true that this stuff is of importance to a lot of things. I can, for example, I think that there's a tremendous importance in terms of public policy on a lot of these things. And one thing I think needs to be done is there needs to be a encouragement of people to write on public policy issues out of this point of view, and to address social problems out of this point of view. I mean, it has implications widely, and of course there is some being done on that. For example, there's a book. It's being edited by Louise Mahdi now on initiation. It'll be coming out soon. Keep an eye out for that, because they're addressing all sorts of contemporary social problems under this guise in that book. But it's wide open, and we've got so much to do on it. But what you're seeing here is what happens. Well, in the Old Testament, there's this phrase, without a vision, the people perish. And what we need to see about that is without an archetypal vision, the world perishes. And that's the situation that we have now. Because you can just argue that there must be a regenerative encounter with the archetypal possibilities for this planet to have a chance. Because the kind of archetypal images that are being constellated now in the world are terribly demonic, destructive ones. The last rite is the archetypal image that's being constellated under the nuclear umbrella. And it is an initiatory ritual. And the bomb is the alchemical heat. And people are into this sort of passive fantasy. Well, the transformation is going to occur. See, in the firestorm. Well, that is likely to be the case in terms of probabilities. The option is a alchemical transformation more in the sense of what Jung would talk about, and that is when people deal with these processes and what is necessary for a conscious initiation. You either get an unconscious initiation, which is demonic, or you get a conscious one, in which we try to tie in deeply with these images of a regenerated society. You know, you mentioned Lyndon Johnson a while ago. Somebody did. One of the things that's interesting to look at about what was happening in those days, in the 60s, in the war, we'll talk more about that after lunch when we get into the warrior. But there were present in the psyche at that time, with Kennedy and Johnson, these images of a transformed society, of a healed society. That was much closer to consciousness then. Now it's practically gone. There is very little presence in the collective social consciousness now of any vision of a healed society. It has been pushed much more into an eschatological Götterdämmerung. And the fundamentalist and the right-wing religionists are really happy about that. See, you know, if you're really into a sort of a passive, paranoid, sadistic pattern on this thing, you just love the idea of pulling the chain on all this. The world is this massive cesspool. And so let's just do like John Lindsay, you know, over flying in his helicopter over New York City. Remember that? He says, pull the chain. And that's the unconscious fantasy going on with people around the world now. See? There's very little sense of possibility for regeneration in the consciousness that is, you know, arbitrated by some archetypal vision, and that's a concern. That's got to be a great concern to us. Our religious communities are not mediating that very much at all. Yes.
I'm glad to hear you talk about this because I have a strong feeling of stewardship and vision in terms of the field I'm in, healthcare. And yet, on the other hand, I'm not doing anything with my vision. A, I'm afraid to. B, it won't get the approval of my father. C, how can I do that? How can I lead this vision of a society?
Who in the hell am I? Right? You're not significant. Now, notice something. I might as well just enjoy the next 10 minutes and stay with this. Notice something. You're not narcissistic enough. It's real interesting. You know, there's all this concern about the narcissistic personality and too much narcissism, this, that, and the other, that Christopher Lasch and others got into. In my practice, I don't see very many people that are too narcissistic. Most of the people I ever see in my practice and out of my practice are not narcissistic enough. They do not have enough of a sense of their significance. They're depressed, chronically depressed at various levels of severity. You're chronically depressed when you don't realize how significant you are and could be, see? How do you get depressed? How do you stay depressed? It's a real simple way to do it. You just stay out of touch with the archetypes. See? See, you just stay out of touch with these things which are power centers in the psyche that kind of make you glow a little bit. See, I'd much rather have somebody have a little bit of an overload of their circuits and have to worry about calming them down a little bit. Now, calm down here. We got to get your wiring a little bit stronger. I'd much rather have to You know, you're so pulsating with so much creativity, we got to slow you down. I'd much rather have that problem than to be dealing with somebody that can't stay awake when they're talking about themselves. You laugh. See, you got to realize how difficult it is, and this is sad, how difficult it is for people to stay awake when they're talking to their therapist about themselves. And you know why it is? Because their parents had a hard time staying awake when they were talking to them as children. Parents were bored, and they were involved in sadistic attacks on their children without admitting it, through their boredom. There's nothing more sadistic than boredom. A child is never boring, but parents attack them with their boredom. It's not their fault. They cannot be morally blamed for it, because you can't give somebody something you haven't been able to get straightened out from somewhere else. But this is the thing that concerns me so much. I look around my life, you know, and I look around the people I know, my students, colleagues, my friends, myself. The epidemiology isn't of inflation. Come on, folks, get more inflated. I want to deal with your inflation. I don't see any. You know, and that concerns me a lot. See, most of what we have is negative inflation, not positive inflation. You know, it is a depressive. It's you know, God, how insignificant. I'm more insignificant than you. No, I'm more impotent than you are. You do it. Actually, when you get right down to it and you think about creativity in this context, you see, creativity is the archetypal. And you're wired for the archetypal roots of creativity, and this king business is just a fountainhead. And it can be accessed. The problem is that you've got to work somehow on creating containers in the psyche. We talk about that as the ego, usually, and also in your group relationships and other relationships, so that when you start getting creative, it doesn't make you psychotic. See? Because when you start feeling your creativity, if you're not familiar with these processes and understand them, you'll start thinking you're nuts. You'll start thinking, holy God, you know, I actually think I can write a book. I must be sick. I better go see a shrink. I'm inflated. When actually, why not? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mike.
I understand that, from what I gather, it seems that the basic problem is the uninitiation of, whether personally or collectively, people into their masculinity because of the deterioration of illicit ceremonies. Specifically, what are we talking about here when we're talking about initiating new ceremonies, or whether personal or collectively? You scared the hell out of me with this business about, you know, thermonuclear war, because I recognize that.
Yeah, right. Most people do.
I see that existing.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't personally, you know, I feel like that guy back there.
Right.
I look at it and I say, well, I've got no control over these maniacs that are heads of state, you know, that get elected because they look good or because they got a good camp. I don't have anything to do with that.
Right.
When you're talking about my demise, all of a sudden I got something to do with that.
Yeah.
All right. Now, if the thing that will relieve that situation is, you know, from where are we going to all of a sudden come up with these initiation rites? Who's going to do it and how?
Do I have 2 minutes to answer that? Well, I hope we're all going to do it, and the thing about it is that, you know, we're all in this situation. We have our personal histories. We have our particular patterns of woundedness that we bring with us. So what else is new? We're all wounded. But as I say, the good news in this stuff is that you are also wired for a connection with these positive potentials that will enable you to stand up and take your role in society. And increasingly, it's quite clear to everybody that thinks about this that we're not talking about the United States, we're talking about the globe. Everybody that knows anything about futuring today talks globalization. Not to think globally is to just be in some other world other than this one. See? And so we're talking about how we can be conscious about what we need, what I need for my own healing, so I can assume some of the embodiment of the archetypal vision from where I stand. I see. I have to ask the question. Okay, I'm Bob Moore. I'm such and such an age. I have this history, these wounds. I am crazy in these ways. I have some resources in these ways. This is the situation. So what do I do now? Do I do anything? Do I get depressed? Do I drink more Jack Daniels and Wild Turkey? It's one of my temptations. Or do I find some constructive outlets to try to be at least a part of the solution rather than just part of the problem? And there's no magical answers to it. I have to deal with my own healing as much as I can, and then I have to scope out the situation. We'll get into the warrior. What do you have to do about scoping out landscapes? But there are a lot of things to do. For example, I may number one, I may not even be concerned about environmental issues at all. May not even be aware of them. May not be concerned about them. May be concerned about them. I may mouth concern about them. But I may not participate in any environmental groups. And see, that's where you start cashing it out. Okay, show me. So what are you involved in? For example, one of the things you ought to do on all this stuff is start working on who you can admire and respect. I find there's this crisis in people now. They don't respect anybody. They don't admire anybody. I ask them, who do you admire? Who is your hero? They can't tell me. It's very important to start helping yourself get conscious about who you can admire, who is out there that you can say, right on, to. Well, one of the ones, for example, that come to my mind from my point of view is these Greenpeace people. I'm real impressed with them. I'm real impressed with people that have got the guts to get out there and risk their necks to try to confront some of the mindless polluters on the planet. And, they have this little bitty boat that they go around and try to intimidate these navies and so forth with. I'd like to see them have the battleship Ohio or something, with Greenpeace written on it. But, But, I mean, there are all kinds of things that are concrete you can do. Actually, it's really a cop-out to ask, what can I do? That's like the person who's bored. Because there are no excuses to be bored in this current situation. I mean, there are a lot of excuses to be tired, but no excuses to be bored. But we are so out of touch. And it's not really, I started to say we're out of touch with the hero thing. But it's not really the hero. The hero's really an adolescent. He's a grandstander. It's the warrior that we're out of touch with on this too. And we'll come back after lunch and start with the warrior. I wish we had more time to talk about the king. But you read John Perry about that. Let me just summarize in one last statement about this. Our goal with regard to this king thing, here's the goal with regard to this king reality. It's not to be the king, but to access him as needed. That is, to develop an ego self-axis, being clear that the archetypal self has this king in it. And the task, the goal, is not to identify unconsciously with the king. and become possessed by him like a narcissistic personality disorder. The goal is not to shut the king away into the shadow and project it onto somebody else and thereby abdicate. The goal is for a man in his ego and for a woman in terms of her animus development to participate in the centeredness of the archetypal king, to participate in his creativity, to plug in to that, to participate in his loving ordering, to participate in his calmness, the kind of Rock of Gibraltar calmness that he has, and to participate in his generativity. It's plugging into it, not being possessed by it. As long as you're clear that you are not the king, but you need the king, you will be protected against inflation. But to get into too much democratic fantasies about how we don't need kings anymore is to put him into the shadow and either act him out. You know, I'm always nervous about anybody that tells me they're so egalitarian and they're just totally for unanimity and collegiality and all that. Anytime somebody comes on so strong that they're so collegial and democratic and everything, I say, okay, got a Caligula here, watch out. They're going to be democratic right into total control through manipulation. See? Okay, let's take a break. I'd like to begin this session talking about the warrior. Again, it's difficult today, certainly among liberals and intellectuals, certainly in academic settings, to get people to reflect much about this particular archetypal structure and trying to say anything positive about it. But in fact, it's very important, and it is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. You see it all over the place in its various forms. And I'd like to start out by just differentiating this archetypal structure from the hero. A lot of people make the mistake of equating the hero and the warrior, but they are not the same. In fact, I ought to spend just a minute talking about or just mentioning some archetypes of the immature masculine. Of course, the classic is the puer, which I'm not lecturing on. I mean, it's something you ought to study. If you haven't really studied the puer, you can get there's a pop book over here that does a pretty good job of describing the puer, eternal boy. And it's that book, The Peter Pan Syndrome. He doesn't give Jung or Jungian psychology credit for it, but that's what he's describing, the Jungian puer. And they have copies here. And certainly the puer is an image of the immature masculine or the young masculine. The boy-child archetype, of course, we've mentioned. And it's an important archetype in itself, needs a lot of attention. One archetype which is usually seen as a masculine one that is not talked about enough in its importance is the trickster archetype. If you haven't read...
Did you say that's Woody Allen?
Probably manifest. You run into these guys often who are always got a joke, right? You know, always got a joke. Never serious. You know, wisecracking, practical jokes, sort of thing. And you're seeing that sort of thing manifest. You might say, I mean, certainly anybody that's in the trickster is certainly not mature masculine in any meaningful sense of that word. However, the archetype of the trickster is something that is functional in every personality and certainly will function in any man's personality. And when it gets constellated is when you've gotten a little inflated or a lot inflated. Get a little arrogant, you're going to constellate the trickster. That's when you know you're really feeling like, you know, you're on top of the world and you're important. You're going to an important meeting. You're going to preside, and you're in a hurry. And you go out to your car, and you lock your keys in the trunk. And that's when the trickster got you. See? Or you forgot and left the important papers for the meeting in your other office. Or something else that will make you look foolish and stupid. That is when this particular archetype is constellated. It's an archetype which has the purpose in the psyche of deflating hubris. So anytime you find yourself running into some stupid mistake that you've made, you can kind of rest assured that you are a little inflated. And this thing constellated to bring you down to earth again and ground you.
Call that a function of Magus?
I would say that when it occurs to you like that, it's probably a sign that your Magus is not very well developed. That is, you know, the unconscious has to trip you up to bring you down to earth. You can't say to yourself, okay, I'm getting a little puffy here now. So in other words, the trickster, when it constellates like that, it serves a regulatory function. It's usually seen in mythology as a male. Coyote, you know, in American Indian mythology is a male. And there are all sorts of, there are a lot of these in North American Indian tribes. But they're not limited to that. But the trickster figure is a widespread figure in world mythology. But it has the purpose. It's like the... You see it manifested in the fool too. The fool in a lot of cultures. And the fool that is at the king's court. And it's the fool that is always irreverent. And you know, you'll be having a great, important, sophisticated, you know, pompous ceremony of some kind, and the fool will come in and fart. You know, right during the most profound part of it. And it is for the purpose of reminding all these important people that they're just human. And to remind them that if you get a little bit too inflated, you get brought down. And so there are all sorts of outrageous things, embarrassing things that the trickster does. And it does it in primitive societies. It was always institutionalized, so you had that there to remind you. Every king had his fool. And the fool was the one who could tell the truth. Often the fool could tell more truth to the king than the prophet or anybody else, or his advisors. Yeah, Bob.
The trickster in the warrior archetype. I'm aware, working so closely with male police officers, that a lot of these guys have a fantastic sense of humor in terms of always telling a story, a quip, you know, all the time. And they're warriors.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably one of the functions of this thing, the humor. You know, because humor will always deflate. You get to taking yourself too seriously in anything and start getting inflated, the humor will deflate you and kind of put things back on a human basis. And so that's its purpose. That's its positive purpose. Now, when somebody, like I once had a student, that was possessed by this thing, and I mean, he was so possessed by it that he was always taking on the role of being the trickster with everybody in every situation and doing this, and he was always getting himself into terrible scrapes, because when you act this thing out, you know, if it's coming into you unconsciously, it zaps you, but if you're living it out and acting it out, it often gets you in a lot of trouble too. And the only thing, you know, he was sort of possessed by it. So what I did with him, I just had him go read all about the trickster. All he could find, get his hands on about the trickster. And that sort of it made it possible for him to disidentify with this thing and got free of it. But anyway, so that is a masculine archetype. It's present in everyone, but you wouldn't call that really an image of mature masculinity. The hero is another image. A lot of people think this is mature, but it is not. It is an image of the struggle of adolescence, really. And it's an image of struggle, mighty struggle, you know, overcoming the ordeals and so forth. That you see this. If you haven't read Campbell's book, Hero with 1,000 Faces, that's the best thing to read on the hero. But the thing about the hero is he tends to be a loner, and he tends to be into great deeds and greatness. And what we might say, he tends to be a grandstander and not a team player. And if there's anything true warriors hate, it's heroes. Because heroes get other people killed in battle. Because they are real interested in how they're looking and how they're doing, and whether they're being noticed as the great, Alexander the Great or not. And they haven't got their mind on the job at hand, and they've got their mind on their glowing luminosity and their growing, emerging virtuosity with the sword, which is not the purpose of a warrior. So we have to make a distinction between, hopefully, when the warrior, when the hero gets initiated, he could use that stuff, all that energy and stuff, in the service of his warrior commitments. But let me talk a little bit about the archetype of the warrior proper. I've said a little bit about it last night. This is the archetype that we associate with Mars and Mars energy, fiery energy. Today we would say it's the archetype of the laser beam. When this thing is manifest, it's characterized by a lot of things. Why don't you tell me right off the top of your head, without thinking about it, what the virtues of knighthood are? Don't think about it, just tell me.
Honor.
Courage, what?
Chivalry.
Honor,
Chivalry.
what? Chivalry, okay.
Duty.
Valor. Valor. Listen, just let's make sure we get all these. Come on now.
Skill and combat.
Skill, underline that skill with a capital S. Here we got somebody that is supposed to be a master of a technology, a certain kind of technology, but skill. What else?
Willingness to suffer.
Willingness to suffer. Willingness to suffer. In fact, to train oneself so that one is not even very aware of suffering.
Commitment to individual pursuit.
Commitment to individual pursuit. Well, in a way, there is a commitment to an individual pursuit. If you view that in a certain way, that is, his individual responsibilities in a wider task, but it is not individualistic in any sense of the word.
I'm thinking of the knights entering the forest at different places.
Yes.
In the Quail Crest.
Right.
Quail Quest.
Right. Right. You get these different assignments as long as it's clear that it is a quest which is in the service of the realm, and you are not freelance. The warrior is never freelance. That is, the positive side of the warrior is never freelance. Shadow warrior will often be freelance. Yeah.
Is this the same as the samurai?
Yes. In fact, one of the best places to study this is Japanese culture. And you study samurai simply means knight in Japan, Japanese. And the samurai traditions and the European knighthood traditions are almost identical. And it's very difficult to have any grasp of the power of Japanese culture right now in the world without understanding the continuing reign of this archetype in their culture. The people that are afraid that Japan is still warlike are right. They're still warlike because this thing dominates the Japanese psyche. And if you want to get a real inside look at this, then study Mishima. In fact, one of the best entrees to study the warrior archetype is to study the life of the great Japanese writer Mishima. And if you got a VCR, get the film on his life. And you will understand, if you'll study Mishima, you will understand from the inside out what I mean when I say that the artist is a warrior, that the true artist is operating under this archetype. Because right in him you see it in spades. But anyway, yes, Bob.
There's another trait, and I can't get the one word for it. I know there is one, but it's that quality of coming into any situation, making a crucial difference, like effectiveness. You are really present, and it changes things because you were there.
Catalyst.
You what?
Catalyst.
Yeah, you think about the training, for example. One of the best ways to think about this is think about the training and what the goals are to make a Marine. I mean, how do you make a Marine? How do you make a Green Beret? How do you make a commando? And what is it that you're trying to make? What is this thing that you're trying to create? And you're getting at that there. They teach a Marine, you try to form a Marine to be such that when he gets into a situation in a battle, that he doesn't have to think too much consciously, although he's certainly cognizing, But he is able quickly to make judgments about where he's to move, what he's to do, how he's to do it, and it's sort of a unconscious competence. It's like unconscious incompetence. Now, how does that go? Unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and then unconscious competence. It's more like Zen. When you don't have to aim the arrow, it sort of goes to its target. And that's one of the factors. So they try to train the person to be at such a high level of functioning that is not too much delay. Yeah.
Two other characteristics: willingness to die and submission.
Willingness to die in the service of their commitments, and a submission to this transpersonal commitment. So you see one of the ruling archetypes here in Islam, and why Islam, when you say Islam is militant today, Islam has always been militant. Islam is militant because it's organized under this thing. And Islam means submission. And it's related in this way to what Paul is saying. It is submission to this ideal of jihad, holy war. And this is the you have to understand the potency and power of this archetypal structure to understand the fascination with jihad among the world's Muslims. Somebody in the 19th century, one of the interesting things is this is the kind of archetypal structure that was constellated in the progressive era among social reformers. It was behind abolitionism, and the battle hymn of the Republic is an expression of this archetype. And the Civil War was organized heavily under this thing. And people like Jane Addams operated under this. They were nothing if not warriors against social ills. And most of the social institutions in this city were built by progressives who were operating out of a warrior archetype. In fact, William James, one of the greatest of the psychologists and philosophers ever, showed an understanding of this long before we talked about archetypes, when he told a lot of his colleagues and wrote and said, we will never get anywhere in this world unless we're able to find something that will help us to engage in our task with the moral equivalent of war. He so understood what power this thing has that he says you're going to have to get to where you can do this work in the world with the moral equivalent of war. And that's where Christians got the much ballyhooed hymn now, Onward Christian Soldiers, Marching as to War. It is the archetypal structure underlying the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. It's no accident that the Jesuits are as powerful and as disciplined and as focused as they are, because they're organized under this military model, under this particular archetypal structure. It is the archetypal structure underlying the religious life in general, in which you commit yourself to these transpersonal ideals. And you see it even early in the New Testament when Jesus says, anyone who loves his mother or father more than me is not worthy of me. And if you understand the warrior archetype, it also reads wife, children, anybody in your family, any relationship whatsoever. If any relationship whatsoever is more important to you than your this transpersonal commitment, then you are not worthy of the commitment you've made. Now this has an interesting twist, which you see in the movie An Officer and a Gentleman. Because you see this tension that always exists between the formation of the warrior and any love relationships. Because to the extent that you're in this archetype, it completely relativizes and dissolves your love relationships. Now, I didn't say your erotic relationships. I said your love relationships in any sense of a committed object relationship. Part of the training of a soldier to socialize him into being a warrior is to teach him that his sexuality is for fun and not long-term object relationship and commitment. This is my rifle and this is my gun. This is for fighting and this is for fun. And I'm serious, you've got to look at this very clearly, because to the extent that a man is organized in the warrior, regardless of what his profession is, you will be able to tell its impact on his family. Yes?
How do the courts of love and the chivalric ideal of southern France, the troubadours and all of that, fit into this? They didn't say that sexuality was for fun.
Well, it wasn't really very genitally sexual at all. It wasn't very genitally sexual at all. And you see that a lot in the warrior. You see this worship of divine romantic womanhood in the warrior. Motherhood, My woman at home. My woman at home, bring on the horse. The horse. You know, I am a committed family man to my woman at home, who I adore and idolize. This is true. God, mother, country, my wife, my kids, but bring on the horse. See? And this is the phenomenon you see so often, you know, in the life of the man who's really into this warrior thing. He doesn't have much problem keeping those two things together. The devoted family man who just happens to just act out all over the place whenever he's out doing his warrior bit. Yes.
Wondering about the story of the Green Knight and the seduction or attempted seduction by him. I'm not sure.
To become a warrior, there is this whole thing about not being seduced by the feminine. See? You may seduce the feminine, but you are not to be seduced by it. And see, what would it mean here? What we're talking about is an object relationship. That is to say, you are not to get too... You're not to get so involved in a personal relationship that it keeps you from doing your job. See, you're to keep your mind on your job. As the drill sergeant says to the recruit, your ass is mine. You're mine. You're not anybody else's. And he means that. To the extent that this initiation as a warrior is occurring, nobody else has any claim on this person. And there's the tension that you see. And because, see, nobody is all warrior, you know, completely. But to the extent that that initiation occurs, you really get this cutting off of concern for family feelings. In fact, if you're concerned about your family's feelings, it's a sign of unmanliness. See? So the big sign of being a real warrior is to be able to brush off the weeping wife without much feeling as you go off to Grenada or wherever. So,
a warrior type.
Well, you'd have to say that you can see a lot of that in that image. It's an image of someone who relates to the feminine only for fun, and who is highly skilled and highly committed to his function as a government agent and so forth. But you have what you got to see is this is an archetypal structure. That is, when a man is socialized into this, I mean, this is not something he chooses to do. This is built into the way this thing is set up, and you can see what the purposes of this are if you think a little bit of it in terms of your own creative work. And you can see why there's a need for this kind of archetypal structure, because if you can't access this thing, there are so many things that call on you for attention and commitment and attention and involvement and so forth, that you won't get focused to get your job done. It's awfully, and this is the thing. I think a lot of women today are encountering their own version of this problem about being the female warrior, and looking at this and beginning to realize. In fact, feminists now are realizing more and more that when you become a female version of this warrior, your personal relationships go to hell. And they say, wait a minute. This is not right. I mean, I can't have a personal life and do this too. Right. Nobody can be very much into this archetype and have a personal life. And so women are running in to their side, to the woman warrior, who suddenly realizes that her commitment to this particular structure has just chopped her off from all sorts of things that would give her a relational life. And so it is always problematic to the extent that you are in this thing. It's problematic to balance it with your relational life. And it is hard to do for anybody. Any workaholic here could tell us about that. Yeah, Paul.
The Japanese warrior, who was also a poet, an artist with a tea ceremony. Now, is he in touch with the feminine to the extent that he is a poet, or is this is an aspect of his warrior mentality?
Yeah, I think that when you look, yes, he's talking about an interesting phenomenon you see in Japan. That is that so many of these men that are in this samurai organization are very poetic. They have the tea ceremony. They do ikebana, flower arranging, you know. They do their rock gardens. Paul is saying, well, isn't this perhaps their contact with the feminine or what? Well, see, the way I look at that is this just another expression of the warrior. Creativity, that fiery quality. And I think what you look at simply is Japanese culture and its treatment of the feminine in general, and you'll see there's Japanese masculinity is real alienated from the feminine. Its idea of what to do with the feminine is have a geisha, and that is their version of this is for fun. And if you ever travel much around the world, what you find is a lot of Japanese businessmen making their pilgrimage from the corporate headquarters to the local brothels. I mean, in droves. Second, perhaps, only to the Arab businessmen who are in these places. I mean, I just got back from Southeast Asia, and it was just amazing. But the situation of the feminine in Japan is just incredibly, it's horrible. And it's very interesting, see. And you look at, for example, the lives of very artistic men, and you will find that the situation of the feminine in their lives is usually bad. Their women usually have, a choice between a horrible life and a very horrible life. And so, that's, you can be a very creative man and have a very, very radically limited eros connection with the feminine. See, in any object relationship way. It's not to say you're not connected with your anima, a certain part of your anima. See, because there's a certain part of the archetypal feminine that you can be in touch with that's that way too. Aphrodite. See, you can be in touch with Aphrodite and enjoy that. There are a lot of women that enjoy a man in that mode, So anyway, the Pablo Picasso was a warrior, and you look at the experience of the women in his life. So anyway, you get all these things. There's a real fascination with beauty on the part of warriors, and sometimes it's a sort of a necrophiliac fascination with beauty. And you see that in Mishima. He loved beauty, and he wanted to die before he stopped being beautiful. And there is a lot of that, I'm going to develop into the flower of my life, and I want to die before I start to lose it. There is a lot of Shiva in this archetype. The archetypal destructive energies. I mean, you can say, well, I am a warrior and I serve to protect. I'm a warrior and I'm just going to create this defense barrier so that we don't have war. Well, yeah, that's right. That's right. But there's also another side of this thing, and it's what the peace people say. There never has been a weapon created, it wasn't used. And there's something in this archetype that wants to fight. It wants to destroy. And there's absolutely, here's the thing you got to get, and it helps to be a Jungian to look at this straight in the eye. That is, destruction is not a bad thing in itself. There are a lot of things that need destroying. If you get to this place in your life, this first threshold, you are badly in need of some destroying energies, because a lot of your old adaptation to life needs to be knocked out so you can get on with your new adaptation. And you can't grow a new ego until you chop out what's left of the old one. I call it a kind of a spiritual DNC, that has to happen. You have to chop away the old and let the fresh new tissue of life emerge. And so Shiva energies are necessary. They're archetypal. They're built in. But you see, it's a real tendency for this thing to go a little wild. You remember that scene from Apocalypse Now? If you haven't seen that in a while, go back and watch it. You remember that scene where Robert Duvall and his air cavalry outfit is coming in their choppers, and they're making this raid on this village, and Duvall is swaggering around. He's loving it. I mean, he loves war. I mean, they come in with their Wagner playing on their loudspeakers, and then they strafe the village and they napalm it, and they shoot their rockets into it, and everybody, there's blood and carnage and smoke and fire and everything, and they land there, and Duvall says, God, I love the smell of napalm. And if you have eyes to see it there, you can really see the love of war that exists in human beings. And you watch Patton. If you hadn't seen Patton, you got to watch Patton to see this too, because he's standing there in one scene. He's surveying this battlefield. There are all these burning tanks out here, and he says, "God, I love it so." And that's built in. That's archetypal. And it pays to face that. Otherwise, you're going to split off from it and try to clean it up, and it's going to run amok with you. I mean, you got to understand that there is a love of this destruction, and a lot of the time there is a love of the destruction of beauty. And there is a sense in which the beauty is so beautiful that it hurts the eyes of the beholder, and you have to destroy it to get some mastery over it. See? That's what Mishima was doing. So there's a beauty of destruction and a destruction of beauty that goes into it. And there's some of that in when a man gets into the shadow side of this thing and he is out to hurt women. There's a little of that stuff in there. You'll often run into men who are possessed by this thing, and you family therapists often see this. When you get into the violent marital situation, there'll be a lot of this constellation of this warrior energy in the home. And the man, and often the woman, will get constellated in this, and they don't know how to do anything but fight. Everything is warfare. And once it gets constellated that way, and once that is the way the situation gets defined, then it can only escalate. See? And what happens is it becomes a Götterdämmerung. It becomes a war of the God. The God and the goddess fight. In other words, the archetypal warrior and the archetypal female warrior go after each other. And of course, nobody can win with that. Because once it's structured in that way, there is no out. There's no quarter. And you just get increasing mobilization of firepower until nothing is left. And nobody is minding the damage control. See? And that's what so often happens in this kind of thing.
You counsel in those kinds of situations?
Yeah, but you have to make people aware of the way the thing is all being framed and set up.
Because you can get caught in there.
Yeah, you can, and also you can have people teach you how wonderful fighting is with couples, and how you really got to help couples fight, you know. And it's real easy, especially if you think yourself as really a nonviolent type and everything. It's really easy to project all your warfare on this couple and let them fight it out, and you be a voyeur while they go after each other and act out all your fantasies. You know, I think it'd be nice to help a couple realize that there might be other ways to relate other than shooting each other to bits and getting out of that archetype. See, the interesting thing is, once you're in that archetype, you don't care anything about a relationship.
Right.
And when a woman can, you know, a woman finally feels liberated, she'll say to her husband, I don't care. And if he really gets into his warrior, he will say to her, well, I don't care. And that's the warrior. That's just an archetype. That's not a person. The archetype does not care about any relationship. It's just interested in firepower. Effective firepower. And you know, you often see people, and think about times in your own relationships, your own intimate relationships, when you get to that place where you're in that archetype, and think how quick you are to blow it all off. The hell with this. I don't need this. Who needs this? Well, that's the warrior talking. Who needs this? Nobody needs this. Well, you're not, if you're a warrior, you don't need it. But if you're a lover, you might need it. See? Of course, all the stuff around swords, all Excalibur is related to this. You know, all the archetypal imagery of swords. This thing in Star Wars. Star Wars is wonderful for this. I mean, go back and look at Star Wars. It's got so much lore around the initiation of the warrior, and all the warrior imagery, and the whole thing about the light sword in Star Wars. That is so wonderful. The light sword, learning to use the light sword, coming to terms with one's own powers and using the powers in the service of the righteous empire. See, it's so wonderful. The whole knighthood motif throughout that thing, and then you get the shadow warrior Darth Vader. See, and as the thing progresses, you see that even Darth Vader still has some of his knighthood training that is intact, and he is not all shadow warrior. See, it's really very intriguing. Somebody, yes, Steve.
It seems to me are we still yet to come to the shadow of the warrior?
Mm-hmm.
Or, as it seems, your presentation so far has been pretty negative on the warrior archetype. There must be some positive.
Oh, I thought that I had made the positive side of the warrior very clear. I'm sorry if I haven't. If you can't access this thing, you will never accomplish much of anything in life. You will not be disciplined. You will be comfort, or you will be what the Adlerians call a comfort type, in which you will not be able to focus. You will not be able to organize. You will not be able to plan. You will not be able to carry out anything. You will not have any stamina. You will not do the necessary preparation for what you need to do. And I talked about, for the example of writing a book or finishing a PhD or whatever it is that you've taken. If you cannot access this archetypal structure, you won't do it. I mean, you will find some excuse not to do it. You let somebody else go do it. But the shadow side is evident. But I wasn't intending to be talking about the shadow side when I was talking about Shiva energies. I think Shiva energies are very important, and most of us have not got enough of them. Most of us have a very hard time destroying things in our life that need to be destroyed, so that we can go on to the next agenda. And so that I don't consider to be a negative thing. It's very difficult for people in our culture, particularly people that have gotten real romantic. It's very difficult for them to see Shiva energies as a positive thing. But indeed, I think they are. This thing is, of course, is very extroverted. The warrior energy is always very extroverted energy. You know, it's out there creating, doing things, being productive in some sense. This is the thing that let's talk a little bit about personality types. As I think I indicated last night, this thing is something that compulsives have in spades. Lots of energy, lots of fire, you know, a lot of ability to concentrate, a lot of ability to plan, a lot of ability to carry out, and to be committed, that sort of thing, to projects. Not the people necessarily, but the projects. You know, if you're compulsive like I am, you're always looking for another project, you know, to do. Yeah. One of the best recent films that gets at this is Top Gun. Have you all seen Top Gun? You need to go see that if you want to get a sense for this thing, because it is the story of the initiation of a warrior. The young man wants to be a hero, but he has to learn about being a warrior. And Tom Cruise in this film he's got all the right stuff, but he has to be initiated and learn that he's not the grandstand. And this is the classic warrior initiation motif, and you saw it in a lot of World War II movies. I mean, the idea that the young hotshot's got to get to where he will relativize his grandstanding for his team in the service of a larger purpose. So you want to take a look at that. Yeah, Steve.
Are there other initiation structures in our culture other than warrior-oriented initiation?
Well, you know, there are many initiation structures. I mean, clearly, all graduate programs in professional schools are initiation structures. Medical education is a enormously complicated initiation structure.
What archetype would you put those under?
Well, medical practice is under the archetype of the magus. Of course, there's a lot of warrior stuff in it. There's a lot of warrior stuff in any professional kind of motif. To the extent that you're really a professional in the cultural meaning of that word, there's a lot of warrior in it. But the technical knowledge aspect of the medical professional and their situation, the way they function, is very Faustian, very much magus kind of orientation. But I think you're right, Paul. Combination of magus and warrior stuff, a lot there. But there are many initiation structures in the education of psychotherapists of any school. It's heavy initiation structures into this magus role. And so if you have eyes to look and discern initiation, they're in a lot of different places. The warrior initiation is just one that's really where it's really stands out and grabs you. It's so clear at boot camp, and these early experiences, training experiences, are so clearly initiatory phenomena. But they're not. For example, if you ever sat on a PhD examining committee, it's clearly ritual process. It's clearly ritual humiliation. And if a student that's in a graduate program does not know that they're involved in ritual humiliation for ritual initiatory purposes, then they're going to be real damaged. They're going to be damaged some anyway, because being scarred is a part of initiation. If you're not scarred, you're not initiated in some way. But it's all over the place. Once you look at initiatory process, you can see it a lot of different places in any society. It's not very self-conscious, though. For example, there's nothing worse than a PhD committee that's involved in an initiatory process and doesn't know it. Because then they get to act out their sadism. See? Because if you unconsciously are driven to scar somebody and you don't know why, you can really get into it. You're really scarring them because they're stupid. They shouldn't have taken their exams this week. See?
Would the same thing be true in boot camps and in football programs? And,
yes. In fact, there are a lot of sadistic coaches, a lot of sadistic sergeants.
But don't they still perform the initiatory?
Yes, they do.
function?
Yes, they do. But you see, in our culture, no drill sergeant would tell you that he's serving as a ritual elder.
Nor would football.
But he would know that his function was to turn boys
to make soldiers. He would know that his function is to make soldiers. But he would not be aware of it at the level we're talking about. And of course, when you're not aware of it as a processual thing, you will tend, because you're not sufficiently aware, there's a danger you will be more sadistic than you have to be.
If you were aware of it, could you do it effectively?
Yeah. Sure. In fact, our argument would be that if you're not aware of it, your very countertransference acting out may make the process ruined. You see, I mean, when your task is to form someone into a role of some kind, and you're unnecessarily destructive, you may just engage their hatred so much that you destroy their commitment to the task at hand. And it often happens. People leave. I mean, people do leave, and of course, the person that's been in charge of the process will say, well, they were too soft, or dumb, or whatever, and they will never occurs to them. It's like the psychotherapist that says, that person was just too crazy for me to work with. They terminated. They left, you know. It never occurs to me to say, well, I just botched it. See? But it is it's important to be as conscious as possible. That's the role of the magus, which we'll talk about next hour. That's the job of the magus aspect of the psyche, to be as aware of these things. And awareness does not make something not work. Hopefully. Yeah, somebody else back in, then we'll take. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
In women, are these archetypes related to animus rather than ego? So are they accessed differently?
Well, these things, yes, a woman has to deal with all these things in her animus.
Because they're an animus rather than ego, they're accessed.
But there are counterparts to them in her female ego. There's a female warrior, see, in my view. There is a queen, in my view. And so forth and so on. But she does have these masculine representations, I think, in her animus. And that will have a lot to do with how she will relate to men. And it will have a lot to do with how the men that she has had to relate to have been. See? So in other words, her own unconscious imagery and conscious imagery of the masculine will be modeled on the experiences that she has had. And so she's got, just like a man has to deal with the archetypal feminine all the time in his own anima development on the inner, and his relationships with women on the outer, the woman has the exact converse task, which makes it so damn complicated. Right? Paul, you want to say something?
Question. To what extent does a conscious, deliberate initiation process provide a container not just for the transforming process of the initiate, but also a container for the sadistic impulses of the ritual elder? In other words, even though the ritual elder is conscious of what he's doing, is there not going to be a certain amount of sadism present?
My assumption is that there's always that. Because when you start assuming that there ever is a case when it isn't, then you're opening yourself right then to denial of what in fact is the case. So my assumption is that when you are in any power position, you have to always assume you're in some ways misusing it. If you don't assume that, then you are really encouraging unconscious countertransference acting out. And so I would say it's always the case. However, the more conscious, hopefully, the person in a power position is, then the better chance there is that they can limit. But it's not always the case. It's not just simply a matter of consciousness, as we'll see in next hour, talking about the megas. Yes, and we'll take a break.
In order to be initiated is a new role or bring out an archetype that has not emerged previously, that you come to that first threshold, Shiva, the destructor, is a value. Is that always true at any initiation? In other words, is the sadism or the pain not merely an accident? Is it necessary to have destruction for any initiation?
There's
destruction of the previous.
That is the, see, that's, I think that this is the, what Jung called the archetype of death and rebirth. And any transformation process, no matter what it is, always has a death. And it's a real death. It's not just a fantasy death or a symbolic death or something like that. There are real, it's like when you have a death of somebody you love, there is a real death process in your whole life. I mean, there is a deterioration and a flushing away of so much of your life when that happens. And divorce is the same kind of thing. There is a destruction of vast numbers of structures in a person's life when that sort of thing occurs. And they have to, it's like you read the book Crazy Time, there is just a great deal of flushing out of old, morbid life structures that have to be destroyed before new life can be built. And if you try building a new life around morbid structures, you're going to be in trouble again soon. So it is built in. But now, I wouldn't want to use the word necessary sadism. See, sadism, I think we're all wired for it, and I think that we all engage in sadistic behavior sometimes, somewhere. We ought to be sensitive to it. But hopefully we can limit that, that desire to hurt, because that's grounded in the part of us that was hurt. See, to the extent that you were ever abused, there is an abuser in you. It's inevitable. And we were all abused to some degree as children. There is an unconscious abuser in us. We want to limit that and not let it get confused with our leadership task, although it's typical. If you notice, people in power tend to want to exercise their sadism a little bit more than is necessary. Okay, I want to talk now about the Magus, or magician archetype. It's not widely realized how much interest there is in magic today around the country and around the world. And again, as I said last evening, I don't mean stage magic. I mean the practice of ritual magic. And this comes in a lot of different forms. And in occultist circles, you see enormous varieties of the actual practice of magic, and it makes for a good laboratory for the study of this particular archetypal structure. You know, it's very interesting to sit down and talk to someone who considers himself or herself to be a magus, and to interview them about what they view themselves to be about, and what the world looks like to them. And increasingly, let me recommend to you that you look at, if you have an interest in this phenomenon on the American scene, there are two really good sources, both by Gordon Melton, who's out at the University of California at Santa Barbara. One is the sections in the second volume of his Encyclopedia of American Religions, the sections on neo-paganism and magic. And then he has a bibliography of neo-paganism, which he's published, an annotated bibliography, a book-length annotated bibliography on the literature of this phenomenon. Now, this archetypal structure you see in a lot of different forms. You see it expressed in a lot of different places, and of course, the classical one in Jungian thought, you hear people talk about the wise old man. And you will often hear people talking about doing active imagination with the wise old man. Well, the wise old man is a magus. The problem with talking about the wise old man is, you know, there can be a lot of wise old men that, you know, what do wise old men do? Well, they just sit around being wise, I guess. But that's the problem about talking about it that way. The wise old man is a magus, and there's a lot more content to this archetype than we have often thought. I mean, he is a master, and he is a master of esoteric knowledge. Esoteric because not everybody's got it. It is a very technical knowledge. And of course, in the occult traditions, the people that are in fact magi are people who are also called high initiates in the esoteric orders. Now, how many of you have heard about the ascended masters and the initiates on the higher planes? Not too many of you. Well, there's a lot of tradition in occultism in cross cultures. As it goes across cultures, that's one of the amazing things about studying occultism for the purposes of getting at these archetypes. You find this stuff in different religions, different cultures, and they all have this schema of initiations and the image of the people who have been initiated into the esoteric knowledge. Now, of course, it's wonderful the way all these archetypes relate to each other in some way. Have you heard of the fact that in the center of sacred mountains around the world, there are these caves? Know about that? And inside the caves are the highest of the high initiates. Do you know that? Mount Shasta. Did you know that in Mount Shasta there are secret chambers? Did you know about the Great Pyramid? Right. the idea that there are initiatory chambers in the Great Pyramid, and that the great high initiates often take people there to initiate them in the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, is the same archetypal structure that has some people believing that these beings exist in Mount Shasta, and others that believe that exist in the Himalayas, that you go to the Himalayas, and if you know where to go, you will find these beings in caves in the Himalayas that are the ones that understand what's going on the planet. All right? There's this movie, and I haven't been able to, it was a made-for-TV movie that is just deals with this in a wonderful way, and it's entitled, the movie was, I think, entitled The Quester Tapes. And I don't know whether you ever saw that. But I've been trying to find it, try to get a video of that just to teach people, just show people this movie to get them at this, because in this movie, the mountain, the sacred mountain where the initiates live is Mount Sinai. And all of these initiates that go back to the beginning of human history are coming out of there, and they're really these highly developed androids that have been made by an extraterrestrial culture, but they've been sent here to initiate the human race, you see. And, excuse me.
Is it the same idea of Gnosticism?
Yes, it's very closely related to Gnosticism, because Gnosticism is gnosis, esoteric knowledge, knowledge reserved for the high initiates, and clearly the Magus, the image of the Magus, is one who is privy to these higher mysteries, the esoteric knowledge, the knowledge which enables one to understand what's going on and to be influential and effective in influencing what's going on. There is all over the place there are groups that operate out of this archetypal structure, and you will find people all over Chicago who consider themselves to be high initiates and who, you know, are able to dialogue with stones or do all sorts of very impressive things that you can only do if you're a high initiate, right? But see, you know, when you run into this, it's helpful if you're a Jungian, because you at least have a language to talk about what this is that you're seeing. Like I once was with a group of occultists. I spent 30 hours riding with this one group of occultists in a caravan across the United States out to the Malibu Mountains, which is where their sacred center was. And when we got out there, I spent a lot of time walking around this mountainous area with some of these high initiates, in which they were taking me around, giving me this commentary on the sacred geography there, telling me all about the various sacred beings that they could see and all that sort of thing that I couldn't. And but they're all over the place, and they're in different groups. And you can read about some of these groups in Melton's encyclopedia. And then there are many others that are not in anybody's encyclopedia yet. We're still trying to collect them. But it all operates under this archetype. And you see the archetype of initiation that we've got diagrammed here is tied to this archetype of the Magus, see, because it is the Magus who understands all this, see, and has already been through it. See? So this archetypal image of the Magus, you know, in Jung's own writing, in his own life, Philemon is the image of his inner Magus. But anyway, so what you need to see is that this thing is something that some people just act out and get conscious, you know, just talk about it, and they consider themselves to be a Magus, and they've been through the initiations and so forth, and present themselves as such to other people, and then you get these little groups running around this. But this thing is related to things that you see in a lot of writing, like shamanism. For example, the shaman is one cultural expression of this archetype. The Indian guru is one cultural expression of this archetype. See? The Mexican brujo is one cultural expression of this archetype. There are scholars that interpret Jesus as a magus. Morton Smith has written important books about Jesus as the magus. Yeah. Not unless they've studied it. A lot of the time, therapists of all persuasions is in this thing and are not at all conscious about it. Clearly, this archetype is the archetype which organizes all psychoanalytic functioning. And so the way I would put it is this. It would be real good for an analyst to understand that he is or she is functioning as a magus. Because if you don't understand it, then you can't take responsibility for not identifying with the archetype. And you can hopefully try to access the archetype and not be possessed by it. If a therapist functions without awareness of this, it's very tempting to be possessed by it and really be in the power shadow. Because this thing has got a power shadow a mile high. And Eugen Buell Craig's book, Power in the Helping Professions, really is a way of getting some sense of that. And I'll talk more about this in terms of the analytical structure in a minute, because it's very important. See, Jung clearly himself, I would just in a bald-faced way say Jung was a magus. Alchemy, he was so fascinated with alchemy. Alchemical practice is that was the work of maguses, the Magi in the Renaissance. I have heard of other analysts who, in conversation, would acknowledge that Jung functioned clearly as a magus. That's not to say he identified with the archetype. See? Anyway, so this is a contrary to the other archetypes we're talking about, is very introverted archetype. It really is about understanding of the inner work. It's very interesting. Some ritual magicians never work in conjunction with anyone else. They do their work alone. There are many ritual magicians around who practice. I would come into conjunction. I would meet them. They would occasionally come out of the woodwork, and go to some meeting somewhere, and I'd get to interview them. But a lot of them have their altars in a secluded, isolated part of their home, in their basement or something, and they do this work totally privately. There are a number of qualities of this. The magician, whatever his point of view, understands or purports to understand a lot of things. One thing is properties of insulation. Say it, it's insulation. We talked about last night, we spoke of the electrician and the nuclear technician. Both of them have to understand insulation, whether it's lead or simply electrical insulation. The issue is containing the energies and canalizing them in ways that are not dangerous but are effective. And so any preoccupation with the issue of containment of dangerous psychic forces is the work of the magician, the magus. You may have heard of Dion Fortune's famous book, Psychic Self-Defense. Dion Fortune was one of the very well-known female magicians. But it's the idea of understanding, for example, and think about it in witchcraft, not witchcraft, but in a lot of the ritual practice, the creation of the sacred circle. If you ever watched a person operating to create a pentagram in a pentagram ritual, or in a lot of magical practice, there's a ritual sword, and the sword is used to describe, to delineate a circle, which will be the circle in which it will be safe to do this ritual process for the person who is in charge of the ritual. It will not be safe to leave the circle during this time of the practice. So it's an issue of containment. And it's quite clear today, when psychoanalysts are so concerned with issues of containment in terms of dealing with the unconscious materials of a client or an analyzan, they are dealing with things which traditionally operate under this archetype. That is, proper containment, proper insulation of the process from the outside world is the archetypal role of the magician. So the ritual magician, or the magus, is a master of containment. He is a steward of sacred space. That is, a steward of transformative space, a steward of the mysteries. He understands the way you can invoke powerful archetypal energies and banish them. And the banishment, or benediction, you know, the worship service benediction is a vestige of banishment ritual. You invoke the sacred presence and then you want to get rid of it after the service. You don't want it messing things up. And of course the god Hermes has traditionally been associated with the practice of magic. Hermes Trismegistus is sometimes mentioned in magical traditions. But the wand of Hermes is a magic wand. And of course a magic wand is an image of the canalization of energy. And the association of the phallus with magic is precisely in that context, the canalization of energy. The capacity to direct energy where you want it to go and to have it not go where you don't want it to go. Now think about that in the context of what psychoanalysis has always talked about as ego development. See? It's precisely that. When you develop ego structures, you're able to canalize energy, have it not go where you don't want it to go, have it to go where you do want it to go, and to do effectively the work you want it to do. See? All right. Now, so the positive side of this thing is that it is the archetype of awareness, insight, understanding of energetics, you might call it. Dynamics and energetics, energy flow patterns. It is an understanding of the qualities, nature and qualities and behavior of libido, life energy. And again, it's not really a romantic and mystical kind of thing. It is very much more like a highly skilled person understanding electricity or atomic energy. It's very the knowledge is knowledge that somehow works like this. It's, you know that if you put this together with that, you're likely to get this behavior. You know that if you get a narcissistic personality type married to a dependent personality type, you don't need to know their names, right? You don't need to know their family histories. You know about this organization, and you know about that organization, and you know when you get them brought together in a couple relationship, X, Y, and Z are likely to be the case. That's the knowledge of the Magus. It is a technical knowledge, and one which is enables you to understand situations and what is likely to issue in situations, and to help you to understand how you probably should intervene and how you probably should not. Let me stop there and see if you have any questions before I go on this. Yes?
When you think of a common everyday garden variety type of this that all of us experience within ourselves.
Within yourself?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if everyone experiences it within themselves. I would think that to the extent that you have understanding of personality dynamics and you employ it, that would be an expression of this. That you employ it in your work or in your relationships. That is an expression of this archetype. To the extent that you have awareness of dynamics of your own and others, and you act on the basis of that awareness. Any development in understanding of human dynamics is a development of this thing. And of course you have many people that live in the other archetypes that we've been talking about that don't have very much of this. You have a lot of executives that don't know the first thing about themselves as persons, and would be confused by any question about that. What do you mean, who am I? And of course midlife crises in men often result when this particular archetype gets constellated anymore, because suddenly they begin to ask questions. What am I doing? What does all this mean? How am I affecting my family? How is my family affecting me? All these things never occurred to him till he got 40. See? Yes?
Is this some way related to intuition?
Yes. In fact, Tom Lavin and I were talking about my lecture last night, and he said, it's real clear that this Magus is related to the intuitive function. So I would agree with you.
It's more related to that than to the thinking function?
Well, probably. Although it's certainly not unrelated to the thinking function. I mean, I wouldn't want to do a radical push on typology with this at all, but I think quite clearly that that Merlin, you would not identify Merlin with a thinking type predominantly. You would identify Merlin much more with an intuitive, because the kind of knowledge that Merlin traditionally embodies is something that goes beyond logic. And thinking types typically are much more logic, linear kinds of modes, and not so much ESP. And this is the thing that ESP is associated with. See, extrasensory perception and knowing things that you should not know, but do. I think clearly that in someone for whom it's very developed, for example, look clearly in Jungian thought, I mean, nobody's purely intuitive. You don't just come with an intuition function. Usually it's linked with something else, and you've got thinking in there somewhere. But clearly it is very intuitive. And so when you get somebody that's been real extroverted, a real extroverted sensate thinking executive type, And he's been real good in some ways at what he's done, but all of a sudden it hits him, he doesn't understand anything about what he's about. What am I doing? What am I up to? What is my life about? What am I doing to my family? What is my family doing to me? You know, that's a crisis, because all this opens up. And and Murray Stein talks about, you know, the relationship of Hermes to the midlife crisis. And this is one way to understand this. I mean, it is the emergence of this, oh my God, seeing into, for the first time, really looking into and seeing into the dynamics of one's life and relationships. And and certainly you got the same thing. Look at you see the movie The Great Santini? You get Duvall there playing the warrior again. He loves playing the warrior, and he's a fan. You know, he's a warrior at home. And but you wouldn't accuse the Great Santini of having any magus to speak of at all. He doesn't understand practically the first thing about his family dynamics, his relationship with his children or his wife. And he just begins to get the slightest inkling of this toward the end of the film. So you get men organized in the king and in the warrior, and even, you know, also in the lover stuff, without this thing constellated. And when it gets constellated, then there's this drive to want to know more and understand more. This is when people enter into therapy, when this thing gets constellated. They don't feel comfortable with it in themselves. They don't feel like I have my inner Merlin. But what they do is hopefully they will project this onto a therapist. And the therapist can hold this until they can work to develop their own. And when they get their own archetypal Merlin, inner Merlin, really functioning, then they don't need the therapist anymore. They don't need the analyst anymore. They got it inside, yeah.
In terms of the typologies like introverted intuitivism, and if this is an ego self-access kind of access, how are the different archetypes constellated more in one personality type than in another? Is there some parallel? If you know that a person's an introverted intuitive, do they tend to be better in touch with the archetype of the magician than the voyeur?
Well, some people would probably argue that. In fact, well, I haven't done enough work on this in relationship to typology. In fact, I was fascinated with what Tom Lavin was saying about this in the context of typology, and it would be useful to reflect on in the context of typology. It's no accident, I think, that so many introverted intuitives become therapists, because this is the archetype of psychotherapy. And I think that you could easily argue that, well, you just sort of get into your archetype, you know, and live it out. By going ahead and living out in the outer world what you tend to be more organized with, just in terms of a prior organization. But I mean, that would bear a lot of thought. You'd have to reflect a lot on that, and you could probably make a pretty strong case along those lines. Of course, the more individuated you would be, the more of these other aspects of yourself you would be able to integrate, and it wouldn't make you less of a magus. You wouldn't be less of a magus by becoming more into your sensation function. But that would be an interesting thing to investigate, is the relationship between all this stuff and typology. I just haven't had the time to do it.
That book I mentioned talks about that.
Does it?
There's one on the table called About Men and Women.
Talks a little bit about that.
They discuss that issue and say that they found no relationship between archetype and type.
I think you wouldn't want to go fast. There probably is a relationship, but I wouldn't think that you'd want to press it too far too fast. Yes.
Is there significant human behavior that isn't simply the
an illustration of an archetype?
Well, if you take, archetypal psychology seriously, say, for example, like the way Anthony Stevens elaborates it in his book, Archetypes, a Natural History of the Self, you would say that all human behavior has archetypal grounds, and that's because all human behavior has neurophysiological grounds, and that just as when you study any animal behavior, from this kind of point of view, you would say it's all, behavior of birds, the behavior of ants, everything has archetypal templates underlying particular behavior patterns. And so that would be a position that would be consistent with archetypal theory, that any behavior in terms of the particular behavioral sequence would have an archetypal underpinning to it.
Biologically based.
Yes. And I think since the work of a lot of recent brain research and the work that Victor Turner did that I mentioned earlier, that Body, Brain, and Culture article, it's easier to see the relationship between neurophysiology and archetypal aspects of human behavior. In fact, that's an article I'd suggest that you look at to get some sense of elaboration on that. That and Stevens' book. But the purpose is not to, you got to remember the purpose is individuation, becoming a person and not being in the grasp of the archetypes, but to access archetypal potentials that one may be alienated from. Yes.
Well, then, what's about the person? What I'm grasping at is your last statement, that the purpose of all this is to become individuated.
Yes.
To say not to be under the control of the archetype.
Not to be under an unconscious acting out of an archetypal structure.
Unconscious
acting out. If it's not something that you are able to integrate and to modulate and regulate in the context of your own life as an appropriate, accessing a resource for a particular purpose, but it sort of has you by the nape of the neck, such as Santini, the warrior in the great Santini or something. Your goal in terms of Jungian psychology, in terms of individuation, is to get to the point that you have access to this as a potential where you need it, as appropriate in your life.
Who then is the accessor of these and the modulator of these?
The developing.
Is that the work of another archetype?
No, well, you can talk about the ego as an archetype, and they often talk about the ego as an archetype. But you would say that your task, this is the way you talk about ego development in Jungian psychology. The developing ego, as it gains increasing flexibility and increasing capacity for nuance, increasing capacity for subtlety and diversification, dealing with diversification in life, that the ego of the individual is able to integrate more and more of these archetypal potentials in one's lived life as one is going through one's pilgrimage. So you would say it's another archetype, if you were going to call the ego an archetype. But we're talking about embodying it in your life without having it control you at the unconscious level. See? So your hope is that you can access these things and embody them, you might say incarnate them, without having them rule you at the unconscious level in a compulsive way. Yeah.
Would you also say, though, that ultimately, or the bottom line is that this is part of the self as a self-regulating process, and that the self ultimately is the one that regulates all.
The self is a capital S. And it's there that the real wholeness exists. The archetypal self is where these things are balanced. And of course, the ego, in some sense, hopes to mirror the wholeness, in its wholeness, the wholeness that is in the self at the archetypal level. Of course, that is a very visionary image of one's living of the ego, but why not have a vision? I mean, that's nothing wrong with that. Let me continue now and talk a little bit about the shadow side of this. Seems the positive sides of this are very obvious. I mean, otherwise you're sleepwalking through life. But the shadow side of this, when you're too much into it, the thing that occurs to me right off the top is the schizoid tendencies in this. That is, the tendency to live your life in a very emotionally detached way. It's very easy to get into a voyeuristic position if you're too much in this archetype. You get too much interested in understanding life and not enough in living it. In fact, that's one of the occupational hazards of a psychotherapist. They see so much life voyeuristically in their consulting room that they sometimes forget that they ought to get out and live some. In fact, one of the greatest hazards in being a therapist is that you will use your analyzans as a substitute for life. And the quickest way to get in trouble in your analytical work is to not have a personal life. That is not analytical work. It is when an analyst does not have a personal life, they're most likely to get into professional mischief of some kind. But let's stay with the schizoid bit. You can see how that would work, can't you? You get real good at discerning dynamics. And so when it moves, you diagnose it. You know? Boom. Got it. Histrionic personality type with narcissistic tendencies. So, you know, I meet you and I'm real lonely. I'm a psychotherapist. I'm real lonely. I meet you. We have a date, but I diagnose you. Well, you know, I would go out with her again, but God, she's really crazy. It's so easy to depersonalize out of this archetype. Depersonalize and dehumanize other people. It's so easy if you lack eros. If you don't have enough of the constellation of the lover, you will tend to dehumanize everybody and everything with your knowledge. This is the butterfly on the pin syndrome. You know, I got you now. Narcissistic personality disorder. You know. It's wonderful. You can read this. Alan Wheelis's book, The Quest for Identity, talks about this. And Alice Miller, in her book on the drama of the gifted child, really exposes psychotherapists, the shadow side of psychotherapists, very well on this when she points to the narcissistic woundedness of people that go into psychotherapy and want to become the magus. See, why become the magus anyway? Why you want to do that in the first place? Well, it's probably because you had severe wounds in your object relationships in the first place. And you found relationships real problematic, and you had to get real interested in understanding other people real fast to survive. Because if I didn't figure out the parents real fast, I wouldn't understand how to stay alive in this situation. So you get real morbidly preoccupied with psychodynamics real early. And you get real morbidly preoccupied with understanding what's wrong with other people real early so that you can figure out how to help them help you. Help them be your mother, help them be your daddy. And then you just naturally gravitate into a healing profession, a helping profession. And this is true of practically anybody in any helping profession. And It is the shadow underside of anybody that gravitates toward this. If you gravitate toward it, you got to ask why. And usually there's a power shadow in it, as Guggenbuhl-Craig points out, and you got to ask yourself, then why does this person have a power shadow? Well, because they had a power exploited with them developmentally early. And they learned that you better be careful and understand who it is you're dealing with. And so it is so easy to back out of actual relationships into professional relationships. See? And that is one of the big problems with this archetype. And well, you don't have to be a therapist. If you get too much into this without being balanced by the others, you can really get into a manipulative power trip using your knowledge for your own ends. I mentioned Madison Avenue last night. You could also apply it to the medical doctor who is into the yuppie mold, and he has no sense of transpersonal commitment anymore. He's simply interested in the portfolio and using his technical knowledge to make money, period. It's the shadow side of the magus. Using technical knowledge, doesn't really give a damn about the medical care, except insofar as it relates to his self-image, and uses it for self-aggrandizement only. And so you see, if you're out of touch with the king aspect in the positive side and the warrior aspect in this positive side, you don't have a whole lot of transpersonal commitments there. And if you're out of touch with the lover stuff, so you don't have a lot of eros and humanizing object relations, connections with other people, and you're really into this magus thing, you can be real smart and real insightful and real dangerous. This is the nuclear physicist that makes the bomb, and I just do my job. I'm not responsible for this. You know, it's just Frankenstein. I'm not responsible for this creation. So the shadow side of this thing is real obvious. The tendency to manipulation, the tendency to use the knowledge to operate from behind the shield. Kind of see the image of being back behind the thick shield with your little with your artificial hands operating in there, you know, from behind. And a lot of people in therapy feel they're being done that way by their therapist. And of course their therapist will say, that's just transference. But a lot of the time it isn't just transference. A lot of the time their therapist is manipulating them like that, from back behind the shield, and they are into this magus game, and it is in the countertransference, and they do not know it. And every therapist is this way sometimes. It's what I like about someone like Harold Searles, the Freudian analyst who is really honest about his countertransference. And anybody in a helping profession manifests the shadow side of this thing sometimes. The goal is just to be as conscious of it as possible and let it manifest as a minimum amount. And when it does, when somebody you're working with says, I really feel like you're not present today, you ask yourself, well, am I present today? May well not be. And you want to be able to be honest about that to yourself anyway. Comments or questions before I go on? Okay, what about the wizard? Think about that image of the Wizard of Oz. What are you seeing there?
the little guy behind the curtain, with the loud voice and, and all the magic and buttons and machines.
Yeah, to the extent that there is any intent to defraud or to use or to mislead, in any case, that would be an image of it.
Is that what's going on there, or is that just the same type of wounding that goes on in taking orals for your doctorate? Because in the end, with the Wizard of Oz, he gives them whatever they're seeking.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to, those of you that are experts on the Wizard of Oz will have to argue this out. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I couldn't really say. But to the extent that there is any deception in order to defraud, you would say that. If there is a deception for purposes of healing and initiation, that would be a different issue, because there's always some deception in these kinds of practices, and often for good purposes.
Would you give an example of what you mean by deception?
Yeah, deception would be where you may not communicate, for example, all that you know. And sometimes that's not bad. For example, many times if a therapist would communicate to the person they're working with all that they know, it would be destructive. See? But if a therapist is holding back simply for some power reason, unconsciously, sadistically, that's what we call a negative countertransference, and is often destructive.
Unless the destructive is appropriate. Yep. I mean, there's so many ways you have to cover everything.
Right. Well, we're out of time. We will come back. We'll start off and ask if you have any questions about this particular one before we go into the lover in the morning. I'll move right into the archetype of the lover, talk about the relationships between them, come real casual tomorrow. I intend to. Thanks a lot. I'll see you in the morning. I want to start off just by pointing out a few resources to you about our discussion yesterday. Paul Punke was good enough to bring a couple of the things I mentioned for background on ritual. The first one was this issue of Zygon, the September 1983 issue, which is a special issue that I co-edited on ritual and human adaptation. I organized a conference around the work of Victor Turner, who, before his recent death, was and in my view still is, the most significant cultural anthropologist of our time, and especially for Jungians, and especially for people that are interested in the kind of work that we've been doing this weekend. Victor Turner's Body, Brain, and Culture essay is in here, and one of my initial essays on contemporary psychotherapy as ritual process. And you can order this from Zygon, and you can look at this, borrow it from Paul at the break or something, and get the address of Zygon. This book, Anthropology and the Study of Religion, I co-edited with a historian of religion, Frank Reynolds, at the University of Chicago, and it's got sections on Clifford Garrett's Levi Strauss and Victor Turner, and some of my preliminary work on sacred space and transformation in Eliade, Turner, and psychoanalysis is in here, the chapter called Space and Transformation, and this is available. I think you can get it through the Institute bookstore. They may not have copies on hand, but they can order it for you if you should want that. Thanks a lot, Paul. Dean Fowler brought this recent issue of Parabola, and it just so happens that it's on the Knight and the Hermit, and there are essays in here about the relationship between the warrior and the religious vocation. And I think that's sort of synchronistic a little bit that we're here talking about this, and this issue comes out. If you're not familiar with this magazine, it's really a useful, readable periodical which deals with they don't always call them archetypal motifs, but that's what they are. They have a lot of back issues on particular archetypes, and it's really useful, and it's informed by a Jungian point of view, and so I want to recommend that to you. Let me take just a few minutes. Well, let me just say what our agenda this morning is. We will, after we do some discussion a little bit, I felt we had some unfinished things that we needed to discuss a little bit from yesterday's, especially the last thing on the megas. And we'll take a little time for discussion of that. Then I want to get into the archetype of the lover and talk about that and have us discuss that. And then we'll take a break and push the chairs back and get comfortable and so forth. And those of you that would like to do some active imagination, sort of a ritual with these archetypal images, we will do that. And I will do an induction, and we will do that. And then those who are willing can share some of what they experience, that is what they feel is appropriate to share, and we'll talk about the significance of that. So that's my agenda for the morning and time up to 1 o'clock. So let me just open it up now, and let's take a minute or two, and anything that was covered yesterday is fair game to raise an issue about, or raise a question about. The relationships between those three archetypal images, anything that we covered, open up and raise a question about it now, because then we're going to move on, and we won't have a lot of time to relate them back later. Yeah.
I'm kind of new to all this stuff, Bob, and I'm just wondering, in the archetypal definitions, the different kinds, everybody has these?
Yes.
Operative to some degree?
Yes. Everybody lives out several, probably one or more, or you might say many people have been living them out.
Say that once more.
Okay. Just let me give an example. We all tend to major in one or more without knowing it. For example, the woman who is mother with a capital M, and that's really all she can do. She mothers everything. She mothers her children. She mothers her garden. She mothers her husband. She mothers her boss. She mothers her mother. She mothers her father. But she doesn't understand what is going on. She has no understanding that this is what the Greeks call Demeter. This is the archetypal mother who is really living an archetypal life through this human being. And this human being is not individuating. This human being is being used by an archetypal image. You follow me? And there are many of those. That's just one example. So, and it's with all of us. And the thing that you've got to get clear about, and maybe it will encourage you for your own research, and that is, we're primitive on this archetypal psychology. This has not been done so that we can give you a catalog. We're primitive. We're just at the edge of an exciting new era of awareness about this. And, for example, in Jung's day, you might ask yourself why Jung didn't do a better job of delineating all these. Because he didn't really talk about all that many, see, in any kind of depth. Well, since his time, there has been a revolution in cultural and religious studies, which is where you get the careful research on these structures, these phenomenological structures that we call archetypes. So we have much more resources now than we ever have had in history to get more subtle about these things. And we are just working on it. So there's nothing that we can put you onto that, okay, here's a catalog, you know.
Okay. I want to kind of know the program from your perspective. Is it better to have more structures operative, or to pick and choose which ones you think you need work on, and can you develop these babies? And, you know, is this...
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay.
That is to say, when you talk individuation in a Jungian context, what you're trying to do is become more nuanced, more subtle, more sensitive, more flexible, more capable of relating to situations appropriately. And not bringing your rigidity, your archetypal rigidity, into a situation that calls for you to be a lover, and you come in there and all you can do is be a warrior. You get into bed and you pick a fight, you know, with your wife. I mean, that happens a lot, that kind of thing. You've got to be able to shift archetypal gears when it's appropriate. And most of us have a terribly difficult time doing that. One reason is we don't know what gear we're in because we hadn't had a chance to think about it. And if you don't, like, remember the student I mentioned who was in the trickster? He didn't know he was in the trickster. So he was like a fish in water. He did not know that what he had to do was become aware of this thing that he was in. When he became aware of it, he was free of it.
I'm a little confused about something.
Okay.
My impression of the archetypes was that they're, well, age-old, that they're everlasting, that they're omnipotent, that these are sources of energy that we can be aware of through our ego consciousness, which is very limited.
Yes.
Now I'm getting the impression of that we are able to really, you know, call upon these things and manipulate them.
You can't manipulate an archetype. However, you can become more aware of it and what it's about, what its dangers are, and what its potentials are, and you can seek to let that energize you in the ways it needs to energize you, or you can seek to limit its influence on you if it's too influential on you already.
Now that part that you're talking about that is manifesting itself in relationship to the archetypes is the ego consciousness.
Well, that's all we have to work with,
okay.
Really. You know, there are some Jungians that disparage the ego and try to make it insignificant. They get very close, in my view, to being charlatans. Because, I mean, I am not an ego psychologist. I don't want to be one. I don't want to push ego psychology. But anybody that depreciates the importance of a strong, flexible ego, I'm a little, you know, they might make good literary critics, but when it comes to helping people live their lives, they tend to be a little irresponsible in my view. And there's some very prominent Jungians that, in my view, come under that category.
You were talking about a gentleman from Dallas, would you?
Well, he's not in Dallas anymore. Yeah, Steve.
Would you, relative to this question of thinking about archetypes, tell me if you think there's a value in a way I've sort of picked up, I think, from Anthony Stevens, but maybe not. Thinking of archetypes as a skeleton or a structure for the psyche in the same way that an analogy to the body, in the same way that we all have bones and muscles of different shapes and sizes and so forth, that the flesh and the appearance hangs on, that the archetypes are the bones of the psyche.
And if you think about that in terms, like any metaphor, you'd have to not push it too far. But in the sense that if a person is to fill out into their human potential, see, when I use the word human potential, don't associate me with humanistic psychology. But I mean this in the archetypal context, that is, the fullness of what you are wired for, that we hope you will develop as much as possible of during your lifespan, during your life cycle. If we take your metaphor that it's very important to have access to all these bones. If you're missing a rib cage, there's a problem. You know, if you're missing the backbone, you got problems. So I would think that was a useful way to think. We really are talking about, and I keep using these, you know, pedestrian metaphors like, you know, inflating a basketball. But it really does relate, because we are really not very filled out. And a human being who is not very filled out is radically distorted. And there's an argument that people get into. And in some ways, it's a practical. There are practical implications. For example, they say, well, now, shouldn't we help somebody to find out what their archetype is? You know, so their myth. You know, we get people find out what your myth is, and then help them do it better. Well, there's some sense to that. That is to say, when you get to a certain point in life, it's not likely that you're going to completely reshape certain dominance, or in your personality, you're likely to continue to be relatively dominant. And it's probably ridiculous to deny that. However, if somebody, I like to put it this way, if somebody is very one-sided in their personality and rigid and inflexible, I do not consider it a developmental individuation virtue to make them more rigid and more inflexible in a more virtuoso way, you know? So I don't really like the idea of perfecting the archetype as an image of individuation. I really think that the call is really more like the Renaissance ideal. There's more of a impetus to fullness, such as you saw in Renaissance culture. And of course, it's an impossible order, but it gives you something of a vision for how you can develop. For example, someone who wants to be more musical, who's never played a musical instrument, there's nothing wrong with them starting to play some instrument at a very low level of development. In fact, we encourage people who've never done any sculpture, and they start feeling the urge to do something with their hands and start working on their sensation function. We encourage them to start there, even though they may never be a great sculptor. So it's subtle business, but I really think the goal is to broaden one's circuitry that one is employing. Yeah.
I'm pretty new to this too. And I will say that Friday night you used a metaphor which really clarified me, or impressed me anyhow. The metaphor of physical healing.
Yes.
That, you know, if you have a cut or a broken bone,
yes,
the body knows how to get things back into the right shape.
If you get out of the way and don't interrupt it,
right.
And yeah.
Right. And then parallel to that, there are these psychic patterns.
That is the way that is the way it seems helpful to me to think about it, and that is why I can keep doing analysis with people, because when if you work only with people who just want to learn loop to loop, they're not really very wounded. They want to learn aerobatics, psychological aerobatics. That's one thing. But if you work with people who really got hurt as children, and they're experiencing an enormous amount of pain, and they are very much in despair about whether they're ever going to get better, that's when that kind of viewpoint becomes something that is very important for an analyst. Because if I cannot believe that in this person is a deeper wisdom that knows how to heal them, then I would feel real terrified More terrified than I am usually. Do what? Well, I would probably do that. I'd probably medicate a lot more, put people more on a heavier medication rather than letting them try to get down and to see what it is that's trying to come out. But I really believe that Jungians can, press for the depths in the hope that the psyche will respond to its own normative blueprints. See, one thing that people tend to do in psychology today, it's real destructive, and that is they engage in the statistical fallacy. They tend to equate normality with the statistically normal. And that is simply radically bogus from an analytical perspective.
They do that in medicine too.
Yes, yes. And because, and here again, I talk like a humanistic psychologist in a way, and I don't mean to sound like one, but our the potential you have as a human being is a lot higher than you probably think. And based on an archetypal perspective, it's simply because you have access to creative energies that are grounded in an ancient neurophysiology that we are accessing only partially. And quite simply, we are still very primitive about a psychotechnology of accessing these archetypal potentials. But we know something. It's not like we don't know anything. In fact, we know a good bit about this now, and what we're talking about in this workshop is one part of what we know about it. Yes, Paul?
If in fact what you're saying about psychoneurology and the basis of all this being the electrochemical system of the body, isn't the outlook then that psychology will become a minor branch of biochemistry?
Well,
microbiology?
If it were not for the fact that human beings are social animals, that might be the case. But what we've got is a situation in which you got to think systems theory. The way in which you got biopsychocultural systems interacting, and the human psyche is wired for all of the right interactions. But the problem is that no matter how well how much we progress in being able to regulate somebody's body chemistry and hormonal systems so that the machinery works right, no matter how well you do that, you cannot guarantee that they're going to have the right dancers, the right dance partners in life who can activate these archetypal potential systems, because a lot of this stuff is based on a ritual process. And just for example, we know now that an infant is wired for mother, and mother is wired for infant. But it doesn't automatically happen that all of the right systems get activated in infant or all the right systems get activated in mother. The little infant has got to be something of a ritual genius, and the mother has to be something of a ritual genius, because they've got to push each other's buttons in such a way that these systems get activated. And if that happens in this sort of the primal ritual dance, the original paradigmatic ritual dance, then it works. And this is not just Jungian. This is fundamental Freudian psychoanalysis now. I mean, the Freudians in some ways have done more research on this part than we have. But I mean, it's quite clear that it's mutual activation. And that's a ritual phenomenon, a social interactive phenomenon. And it doesn't matter how good your biology is if you don't have somebody that knows how to engage this thing and make it make the circuits open up and the systems function. And so that's why I believe it won't matter how good the biological treatment capacities of modern psychiatry get, you're still going to have a lot of problems in human culture because people do not know how to operate the thing. You follow me? That is to say, you can have an IBM 5000 or 10,000 model computer, but if you don't have anybody that understands this thing and what its capabilities are and how you activate its various systems, it doesn't matter how wonderful the computer is. See? Yes.
When you conclude your talk on the lover, are you going to go back and talk more about healing the masculine?
Yes.
Oh.
If we ever start on the lover.
We're good. Are you impatient? Are you impatient, Steve? Yes.
I'm not sure how to formulate this question, but how different is these archetypes relating to men as opposed to women? Like, I imagine some of this is unconscious in the woman, like unconscious part of her. But like, is a woman listening to this today and a man listening to your lecture? Is there how much of a difference is
well,
there?
you got to put this in the context of the Jungian theory of the contrasexual, the contrasexual and the psyche. And for example, when I'm working with a man on trying to understand his anima, I try to get him to study the archetypal feminine, because that's in his anima. He has all these images of the archetypal feminine in his anima structures. And the converse is true for the woman. And so, depending on how aware she is of her own masculine inner imagos, that will be how conscious she is of this, and what she's working on in her own masculine, that will determine how she relates to this. So it's just basic Jungian theory of the contrasexual. One more, and then we will get on to the
I think you've probably answered a good part of this question already, but in what way does, in practical sense, does one access these various archetypes? Like you said, awareness is the first step. Is there more to it than that, or is that...
Well, there are a lot, and let me just say one more word about that. I have been talking about healing the masculine throughout this workshop. And the processes of healing the masculine should be fairly clear by now. That is to say, my assumptions are that you have to develop an ego-self axis, which includes your capacity to relate in an appropriate manner to these archetypal potentials, to see how what imbalance there is in your accessing of them, what parts of them are in the shadow being projected, what parts of them you're too immersed in, and to regulate that based on the Jungian model of the ego-self axis. That is an ongoing individuation task which you bring all of your resources to bear on. If it is a very difficult issue for you in your life, then you need a more intense experience of transformative space. You get that either in analysis, or you get it in some group setting in which you do things like we're going to do later this morning with active imagination. The healing of the masculine occurs like the healing of any other aspect of the psyche. It occurs on an ongoing basis, hopefully. But if you are in a very difficult situation, it occurs in more intense, concentrated forms in sacred or transformative space in some sort of analytical vessel or some sort of psychotherapeutic vessel or other vessel, if you can find another appropriate healing vessel in some religious context, for example. And we can say more about that later. But let's get on now to talking about the archetype of the lover. First of all, one of the main sources that you can always turn to in getting a sense for the archetypal lover is the stories of the love affairs of the gods and goddesses. And of course, in various traditions, you will often find that a particular god or goddess carries more of this archetypal dynamic than others. And of course, I've mentioned before that in Greek tradition, in the image of the feminine, you have Aphrodite. And so the archetypal lover in a feminine mode is imaged clearly in her, but it's imaged in a lot of other goddesses as well. And in a parallel way, you do this with divine figures from various traditions. I mentioned the Christian tradition. It's an obvious place. It's been considered the religion of love. And I suggested that one of the things that you can do to get a sense for the way in which this is constellated in popular religion is to look at the hymnody, particularly of folk, Christian folk religion. It's harder to see when you get into more acceptable musical forms. You know, the archetypal tends to manifest a lot more in popular religion, in popular forms of culture. And it's no accident about that, because archetypal images are simple. They're not subtle. They are stereotypes. And so the lower, the more lowbrow the cultural form, the more likely it is to be imaged in an archetypal pattern. And so you get a lot of these Christian evangelical hymns which reflect Jesus as lover. Now, some of you that are familiar with this, give me some titles of hymns and some lines from those hymns that image Jesus as the archetypal lover. Think about it. You probably know.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus loves me. What else? Come on now, you couldn't have missed this.
There's a line in Jesus, lover of my soul, and I can't think what the line is.
Let me to thy bosom fly.
Yeah, let me to thy bosom fly. Right.
Yes.
I walked in the garden with him.
Yeah, I walk in the garden alone. See, while the dew is still on the roses, or something like that.
That's right.
Very thought of.
He walks with me and he talks with me and he tells me I am his own. And the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known.
How the whole myth of religious life is built around that sort of stuff, you know, spouse of Christ.
Yes. Say that. Did everybody hear this?
No.
Speak up.
The whole myth of religious life, I mean non-life, sisterhood, was built on that archetype, on that Jesus the lover, your spouse of Christ, and you really
the nun is wed to Christ.
That's right.
The nun becomes wed to Christ when she.
Well, it used to be in the old days.
Yeah.
You cannot. What Bridget is saying is that you cannot understand the religious vocation outside of this kind of context. That you have to see that it is the archetypal lover aspect of Christ that is undergirding that whole, to make sense out of that whole way of life. But there are many other of these hymns. I remember once at a seminary, they were doing a one of these roasts of a professor of sacred music, and one of his students dressed up in a red torch dress. They had everyone there for this occasion, and they had her sing to him, "Have thine own way, Lord," as Peggy Lee. "Have thine own way, Lord, have thine own way. Thou art the potter, I am the clay. Mold me and make me after thy will, while I am waiting, yielded and still." He took a long time to recover from that.
This is a little embarrassing. But I never really thought in terms of religion and sexuality as having been related. Now, my interpretation of the lover is one that's found, grounded in sexuality, yet you're saying that religion is based on the archetype of the lover without sexuality.
I didn't say that. But you were right. I am saying that that in every religion that I know anything about, you've got some of this archetype of the lover expressed at the sacral, at the sacred level. You've got it in Hinduism, you've got it in Buddhism, you've got it in Islam, you've got it all over the place. And these are just some examples of it. Yes?
I've been working on the archetypal imagery for Easter. There's just a whole lot of stuff about Christ mounting the cross in sexual imagery. Augustine even.
The cross is emerged, but.
And there's a lot of sexual archetypal union imagery between the holy marriage of the anima and ani, with the man with the anima and joining the cross. And in St. John's Gospel, for example, only women are at the cross scene. All these anima figures are at the foot of the cross, and all the men have deserted Christ. And really get into that sexual stuff in that.
Right, and yes, go ahead.
And you also have a homoerotic theme with John, the beloved disciple.
I think a woman wrote.
And of course, a lot of the Gnostic writings, which did not get into the canonical New Testament, pick up the sexual aspects a lot more. And there are Gnostic writings which focus much more on the sexuality of Jesus, both in a homoerotic and in a heterosexual mode. Yes.
To take it into the ridiculous extreme in popular culture, there's a Monty Python bit in which Marilyn Monroe is recalled from the dead, and after an interview with her, there's a 4-part harmony gospel song in which the chorus is, "Only sex with Jesus from now on."
Only sex with Jesus from now on.
There's not much self.
No, it operates. It operates though. That's a whole other thing. You can do all sorts of things archetypally with film and what happened to Marilyn Monroe and all that stuff. But for example, let's turn to Hinduism. If you haven't seen the poetry of Jayadeva, the Gita Govinda, you should look at that. The what is known as the love song of the Dark Lord. It's medieval Hindu poetry in the Krishna tradition, and it's frankly erotic poetry about the loves between Krishna, who is the Dark Lord, and his consort. And the way that Krishna spirituality is imaged and discussed is very erotic in all of its forms. Krishna is described in a sensual manner. You talk to the Hare Krishna people, and you think of them as very ascetic in many ways, but when you get into their spirituality, you find that it is very sensual and erotic in its imagery. And they are quite clear about the delights of the life of the spirit with Krishna and the nectar, the taste of Krishna. See? And they get into all sorts of imagery related to that. Shiva, let me give you a reference on looking at Shiva. Wendy O'Flaherty's book, Asceticism and Eroticism in the Mythology of Shiva. So Shiva is not just the destroyer. See, remember I told you it's a problem about dealing with gods to get at archetypal patterns. You you have Shiva the destroyer, but you've also got Shiva the lover. Yeah, it's asceticism and eroticism in the mythology of Shiva. And it's by Wendy O'Flaherty, who is a historian of religion at the University of Chicago, and she has done a lot of creative work on these archetypal themes.
Are you saying then that the archetypal lover for women is a combination of the lover and the destroyer, or are those?
No, I'm saying that remember what I said about when you use gods, the study of gods or goddesses, to get at archetypes, it's a little confusing.
Okay.
Because gods usually manifest more than one archetype.
Okay.
To the extent that they have a personality. If a god didn't have a personality, you wouldn't, think of them very much anyway. To the extent that they have a personality, they have more than one archetype. See? But anyway, so Shiva's got his lover side too. Yes?
Do you have any examples from Judaism of this?
Well, if you look at Jewish mysticism, you find that there is a very erotic relationship between God and his Shekinah in the Kabbalistic traditions. And of course, if you look in the Hebrew Scriptures, there are a number of images of God as lover, and God being imaged as a lover, a husband, etc., etc., in those Scriptures. So I think particularly of Hosea and Song of Solomon. That's right. So anyway, in all, I know of no religious tradition which does not manifest some aspect of this archetypal lover, the great lover. Now, what are some of the characteristics of this great lover? And then I want to talk a little bit about developmental perspectives. The great lover delights in the world. All of that stuff in Christianity about the eschatological feast and about Jesus being a wine bibber and Jesus being the image of Jesus is the party goer and all of that imagery. That is about Jesus, the relationship that Jesus had to joy, and that is directly imaged here in this archetype. This is the archetype of joy and delight. And the capacity to, in fact, I use this phrase over and over again because I can't think of a better way to say it, that when this archetype is constellated, one can take delight in. Take delight in. It sounds simple, but damn few people can do it. How many people do you know that take much delight in their life, or in the world, or in their family, or in their spouse, whatever? It's very spooky when you start paying attention. The rule is more depression, less joy, less delight, much boredom. You see, it is this archetypal structure that really just dissolves boredom. See? And when I talk a little bit about the developmental perspectives on this, you'll see why the tie between boredom and love, or lack of love. Okay. So anyway, passion, capacity for passion is grounded here. In other words, enthusiasm. See, you can be a warrior without really being enthusiastic. I mean, if you've got a lot of energy and you've got a lot of discipline, well, just think of your typical compulsive. They don't have a thimble full of joy about anything. And they don't have any passion. If you don't know them, you may think they do, but they don't. So you can work hard and long and produce a lot without any passion. But passion is related to this enthusiasm. It's this effervescent, it's this bubble that comes up, which is an expressiveness that is natural and not artificial and not forced. It's a capacity to connect with one's work, with other people, with things, with the world, that is fundamentally erotic in nature. Fundamentally erotic. And so what we're talking about here is when this thing is constellated, there is an eros in consciousness and perception. There is an erotic perception, and it is not limited just to genital sexual behavior. If a person does not have access to this, then they are not very creative. They may be really good at being journeymen at what they do. Okay, so passion, delight, joy, intensity, all of these things are grounded in this particular archetypal potential. And if they're not present, then there will be a sort of coldness, mechanical quality, artificial quality to functioning in most spheres. The best way... Yeah. There will be a distance between yourself, a detachment from between yourself and what you're doing. Nobody's home. It's sort of like sleepwalking through your life. The book Zorba the Greek will help you on this. Zorba the Greek. That book is the story of somebody getting more in touch with this lover business. And the best way, really, I think, to get a feel for what this is about is to read Henry Miller, to read Walt Whitman, and to read other novelists who manifest this kind of erotic perception. Because you cannot enter into the consciousness of an author like that without being influenced by it. See, that invokes the archetype. That's why people read this stuff. It invokes the archetype. You read Zorba the Greek, and it makes you want to dance. See? Now, it doesn't last long, especially if you're compulsive. But it makes you want to access that in your own life. And so that is one of the primary means of getting at this business, and that is why people are so into creative writing. The difference between an author, I think one of the things that makes for really successful authors is somebody that does have this kind of consciousness, and people know it. I mean, you know, people can tell when they read the stuff, it puts them in touch with a different part of themselves. I can read some Henry Miller, and when I walk out of my house, the air smells differently. I can smell the air. I notice more color. It does stuff to your perception. This is a perceptual thing, and it's probably, yeah, you're all thinking it's probably related to the sensation function. It probably is. The sensation function, it probably is related to the sensation function. Yes?
Doesn't each archetype have its own passion? That is, like there's the berserker rage for running amok for the warrior, and
there would be, and you're right. In every pattern, there would be some way in which this particular stuff would manifest. That's right. You can manifest these kinds of energies through other patterns. That's right, through other archetypal patterns.
Still, the lover is being manifested through the warrior.
Yes, or is not being, one of the two. You know, or you got to remember there are various ways to relate or not relate to a particular archetypal potential. So a warrior could be very out of touch with the lover, could be passionately involved with his warfare. God, I love it so. See? But anyway, let me talk a little bit about developmental perspectives and how it relates to this. See, in my view, and this draws heavily on recent psychoanalytic self-psychology and object relations theory. But in my view, children come into the world with this lover potential very intact. And then they run into the wounded lover in their family. And so a child will try to express this passion and joy and love in a family, and will do so with great gusto until they are trained otherwise. And for this, I suggest you read the books of Alice Miller. About the way children are used to act out our own abuse that we received at the hands of our own parents. So the little lover in the child comes in and is trying to express its joy, and one of the things adults hate about children is their joy. I'm not joking.
Why should life be so shitty for me and so great for them?
Exactly, and there's a great amount, I didn't make this up, folks. There is a lot of psychoanalytic literature on the envy of parents of their children. And they hate the joy and exuberance and energy of the child because of a lot of things. My parents did not like it in me. Why should I like it in you? I am aging now. I am depressed. Why should you be so happy? See? Continues on up through adolescence. One of you were telling me about seeing the girlfriend of your teenage son. What father cannot envy his teenage son when his teenage son comes home with a beautiful young woman? It's just built in. Especially if your marriage is not embodying eros in any kind of way. But in terms of Alice Miller's work and the Cohoosian school of self-psychology, this stuff happens very early. It's not just adolescence, although it continues in adolescence. The child is expressing archetypal energies that they have not learned are taboo yet. And we're trying very hard to teach them it's not okay to be this happy in this world. You think that this is a great day, but this is not a great day.
It happens a lot in church when we get the children in there for the children's message, and we get the people saying, too damn happy. I mean, that's just too spontaneous. We got a serious uptick of religion here.
We've got to think about this, and one of the things I like to think about in this context is Hans Christian Andersen's Tale of the Snow Queen, about how the lover in the child gets frozen. You see this a lot in dreams. When you come up with a dream that has ice imagery in it, it's related to the wounding of this archetype. Anytime you've got snow or ice in dreams, it is a reference to the heart. Didn't mean to meddle. Sorry. But the frozenness, that is, a child learns to freeze, or we might put it, split off affection. You learn to, the child is not just a great lover, the child's a great hater, too. When we fail to meet their archetypal expectations, then they fire away. But at least they have a full keyboard of emotionality. They're not limited to middle C, like so many of us. Yes?
In the Jungian perspective, is there a privileged position for the institution of marriage, especially vis-a-vis the lover? That is to say, is marriage supposed to aid in the coming together of the masculine and feminine? I don't have all the words to ask the question, but I'll do it with the words I've got. Is the institution of marriage supposed to have some privileged position for bringing together the masculine and the feminine?
I don't think the word privileged would be accurate. I think that Jungians in general assume that marriage should be a vessel for mutual individuation, and that there aren't any better context to try to develop the contrasexual than marriage. And so in fact, if you look, what is the Guggenbuhl-Craig book, Marriage, Dead or Alive? You might want to look at that. Adolf Guggenbuhl-Craig, Marriage, Dead or Alive, which talks about this issue that you're raising.
When you use the word, when you say marriage should be the best,
yes,
and there is no other better, you use those words critically, I mean,
Yeah, I say that, well, and I'm going to get into that more later, because the issue with the lover is what it takes to develop oneself as a lover instead of just fantasizing oneself a lover. You see, the looser you are in your object relationships, the more your lover quality is a fantasy and not a reality. The poorer your object relations are, in the technical sense, the more your role as a lover exists in fantasy and not in reality. That is to say that the Don Juan may fantasize himself a great lover, but he is living in an archetypal fantasy because he has no deep relationships with women. And see, the problem with this is that developing the capacity to love is a very difficult business, because it assumes that you are loving someone and not your own image. And the difficult thing is to get out of your narcissism and into someone else. And getting into someone else is enormously difficult. Any real relationship is horribly difficult. The only relationship that isn't difficult is a fantasy one. See? And so the reason I would say marriage has such a powerful role in this development of oneself as a lover, whether one is a male or female, that is, if you're heterosexual, is precisely because there has, you've got to work on this business of being a lover. And, you can have extramarital affairs and so forth and so on, and, they can elicit aspects of this archetypal thing for you. But then the question is, the problem is that if you have, the Adlerian analysts have a saying about promiscuous men. They say, 2 women is fewer than 1. 2 women is fewer than 1. And they have a point. And that is to say, if you have 2 lovers, neither one gets you. And the purpose of having 2 is so that neither one gets you. That's the whole purpose of having 2. You can maintain your schizoid position. You can maintain your detachment and your lack of trust and your lack of risk. But now let me get back to the developmental agenda. How do you learn how to do that? Well, you learn how to exist in a schizoid detached way when you're a child, because you didn't start out that way. In other words, from my point of view, the problems you have with your lover now, your inner lover now, you got because of failures in your first love affair. See, with your parents. And what you have to unlearn about love, you learned very early. And that makes it very difficult to regain these potentials that you had when you started. Yes, back here.
2 things. First, just quickly, Alice Miller's book is invaluable. It's turned out. Second, can we extend this question to the nuclear family? Can you address that?
Well, could you phrase it? The question as how it would apply to the nuclear family?
Well, in terms of an individual living out or developing and getting in touch with the archetypes, right now we have a lot of people, talking about the demise of the nuclear family, and that's what's responsible for all social ills and so on and so forth. And I don't know what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, I think I may have a clue. That is to say, I mean, if we're talking about the archetype of the lover, then what about the nuclear family's role in how that is embodied in a particular person? It's critical. The family system is where you learn about love first. And it is where you get hurt first. And you have to, and looking at Alice Miller is helpful for understanding that it is the wounds of your parents which you run into. So you're not morally blaming in any naive way your parents, because they got hurt too. They brought their wounds to their parental role. And so you can't blame them in any naive way, though they're responsible for the damage that you've had as in your capacity to love. So the point is that you've got to get some sense about what happened to you in your family of origin with regard to this archetype. What did you learn was okay and what was not okay? And you can think about this in terms of body image and touch. I'm teaching a doctoral seminar right now on sexuality. And as part of that, I asked people to write anonymously their sexual autobiography in order to get conscious, to have a conscious review of their sexual experience, and beginning it with their childhood. And what you will notice so often in people's experience is that their mothers and fathers never touched where the child could see them, and that the child was rarely touched often. Now think what that does to this archetypal potential. You're a child and nobody in your family took delight in your body in a non-exploitative way. Well, there are a lot of people who have sexual problems as adults, whose sexual problems, I don't even talk about sexual problems as sexual problems. They are problems of the lover. There's no such thing as a sexual problem that's not a problem of the lover. You cannot divide the two. And a lot of contemporary sex therapists think you can. From my point of view, that's a crock. Point is they were never touched in a loving way, and if your body has never been touched in a loving way when you were a child, it's awfully hard for your body to learn that that's an okay thing to have happen. And it's awfully hard to learn a body language. This is why, for example, there's a lot more attention now in Jungian circles to the body therapies, the understanding of the role of body therapies, because if you're a person who actually had that kind of experience in your home, you need a massage therapist. You need to go see a massage therapist in conjunction with your analytical work.
You will get a number of people running from the room today in our culture.
Oh, sure.
And teaching their kids this as early as 6th and 7th grade, kids are very touch conscious.
Yes.
We talked to our Sunday school teachers and said, when kids come into Sunday school, try and find a way to be comfortable sometime during the hour and a half when they're with you, physically touching them, even if it's on the shoulder, or on the head, or good to see you, on the arm. And we had to really work on the adults. They said, "My God, what are you telling us?
Perverts,
kid, yeah,
perverts."
It's amazing. Yes, strong stuff.
I know many teachers who are afraid of touching pupils just for
Of course they
lawsuits.
are. Of course they are. But now I want you to think. Also, when I say read Alice Miller, I don't just mean the drama of the gifted child. I mean all of her books, because she deals with this child sexual abuse issue. And it's a very important issue, and it's understandable that teachers will not touch their students. In fact, their principals a lot of the time will tell them, hey, don't be touching your students. And that's probably good practical legal advice. But we've got to understand the psyche of the child molester. And we've got to get out of this dehumanization of the child molester. Because the child molester is someone who did not have positive experiences with this sort of thing as a child. Any abuser was abused. It's an axiom. You don't condone child abuse, and we've got to do a lot more to deal with this as a problem. But you got to understand the emotional basis of pedophilia. There is a projection of the inner abandoned child and an attempt to touch it, to have it touched. There are many other kinds of emotional dynamics of that. But the point is that you learn how not to be a lover as a child. See? And then you have to try to reclaim that, hopefully before you die. You can look at the nursing homes in the same context. The hunger of the elderly for touch is enormous, and only now are we beginning to even get that into the consciousness. And only now are we getting decent studies, humanizing studies about the sexuality of older people and the older person as erotic lover. It was one of the nice things about that film Cocoon. Because elderly people have the potential for just as much erotic connection as children. And a few avant-garde places are now using animals in nursing homes to meet some of the need that there's just not enough staff and not enough family around to meet. To let this erotic, tactile dimension of the lover in the elderly come out. So it's an enormously large problem. Yes, Steve?
There's some, what is the implication of the family, which I know some, in which the parents are touching and loving in that way, but are also concerned about the publicity and child abuse and kidnapping and so forth, and so are training their children to be suspicious of anyone else. And how to draw those boundaries seems to me difficult. What are the implications of that kind of situation?
Well, it's difficult. I mean, anytime you have to encourage your child's paranoia in order to help them survive, it's not a good situation. There's not any way to make that a good situation. I mean, that's just really tragic. It's a tragedy is what it is.
What will be the impact? Do you think that child is more likely to grow up, though, in touch with the lover or rejecting the lover?
No, they will be. The family is very influential. And if the little, for example, the interesting thing, in the old days we used to think it was more important for the contrasexual relationship between child and parent. And certainly that's important, but it's very important that a mother and her daughter have an erotic relationship, and for a father and his son to have a physically affectionate relationship, for them to form a healthy gender identity. So in a family such as you described, it ought to, and of course, the parents can touch if they're crazy as hell. And it may be, you got to assume that what we're talking about here is a non-exploitative, non-narcissistic sort of self-object usage of the child in this way. In other words, the assumption being that the parents are not using the children to compensate for a bad marital relationship. There are many people that say the best thing parents that a couple can give their children in this area is a very passionate, coital love relationship. It's very important. It's very important that the parents, that it be evident to the parents, evident to the children that the parents are very passionately involved with each other sexually. If the child is not clear about that, the likelihood of them having very severe Oedipal difficulties is much heightened. Okay. All right. The archetypal potentials, I've talked about some. They should be fairly clear by now. I want to make sure, though, that you understand that that I am in agreement with some writers like Norman Brown and Herbert Marcuse and others that the kind of consciousness, erotic consciousness, and so forth that is potential here is something that is wider than simply genital sexuality. That genital sexuality is only one very important expression of a whole modality of existence that is grounded in this archetypal organization, and that it really would infuse all of life if it is accessed well, so that you have what Christians have always talked about, joy as important. That's very critical issue here. This is where joy is grounded. This is all that stuff about the dance. Okay. Now, shadow expressions. Yes.
A book came to mind when you were talking about the extramarital affairs and all that, and the decision, Right Flows the River, Taylor Caldwell.
Taylor Caldwell, say the title again.
Right Flows the River.
Right Flows the River.
Read it about, well, I've read it. It was the first book I ever read by Taylor Caldwell, and it just got me hooked. Very wonderful insight into that struggle in a man's life. On more than one is less, or two is less than one, right. And the decision about his soul.
Okay, let's talk about shadow expressions here. Now, clearly, one of the most common is simply being so out of touch with this, the repression of this. Some people project it. I suspect most, when they repress it, do project it so that you can see where they're, if you knew them well, you could find where they're projecting this. Marilyn Monroe, for example, carried the projection of this for a lot of men and women. But a lot of people follow popular culture and have their culture heroes that carry the projection for them. And so you find a lot of Walter Mitty folks that are really into Tom Cruise, for example. But you can see the expression. I mean, anytime you see someone who is really chronically depressed and takes very little delight in their life or anybody in it, you've got a manifestation of the shadow aspect of this. It's just repressed. It's not being accessed in any significant way in the person's life. And the question you would ask is, okay, where is this going? Where is it? What has happened to it? Well, you can think about it with some people, is being locked up in the tower, as in folk tales. There are many people for whom childhood was so destructive and so damaging that they have taken their lover and they have locked the lover up. And they are scared to bring it out. And a lot of people live their entire lives without ever bringing the lover out of the closet. Of course, the one that comes to mind, the most obvious acting out expression of this, is in any promiscuity. Sort of a Don Juanism motif, in which one is more possessed by the archetypal lover. And I said in my lecture the other night, and I would repeat it now, that whenever you find a man who is consistently promiscuous, that he is really inflated and is acting out the archetypal lover. And that there are authentic aspects to that consciousness. But the problem with it is that it is not a human, really human, in terms of embodied, incarnate human experiencing. You know, a God may be able to love everyone fully like that, but you can't. And what you are doing as a human being is you're avoiding loving anyone. A promiscuous lifestyle is an avoidance, not a movement toward. Yes, Steve?
Back to your other image, it just occurred to me, all the fairy tales in which the lover is locked up in the tower, yes, and the land is barren,
yes,
or frozen or paralyzed, right, and nobody can do anything.
That's right. And what is it that heals? The kiss, usually. Yes. It's quite clear, archetypally, love is the Redeemer. You know, there has the lover has to come out for the land to bloom, and most of us are a lot more in danger of having the land just wilt than we are of acting out Krishna and the gopis. You know, I mean, you Don Juans here, excuse me, I didn't mean to slight you. But I figure that for every Don Juan in the room, there are a lot more of us that have a wilting kingdom. A wilting kingdom. Look at the fantasies, how the fantasies do go. Yes.
Why is it that the Don Juan is such a popular male hero, Don Juan type?
It's compensatory.
For the depressed.
Yes. That is, if you're really depressed and you're out of touch with this, then as a standard Jungian point of view, the unconscious is going to try to compensate. The unconscious is going to try to help you by compensating you with an archetypal content that's an antidote. The only thing is, it's a mistake to eat 50 pounds of Spanish fly. That is, becoming a Don Juan and acting out in a midlife crisis does not always heal a depression. See? But the unconscious is trying to get this lover constellated. And in midlife crisis for males, you see that as one of the main return of what is repressed that comes back at midlife. And a lot of the time it's the lover. It's not the warrior. A lot of the time he's acted out the warrior. It's not the king. A lot of the time he's acted out the king. Usually he hadn't had a lot of megas or he wouldn't have waited so long. You see, if he had had a little more insight into life, he would not have wasted so many years. And so what you get usually with men in their midlife crises are guys that lived out the king and the warrior, didn't have much magus or lover. It's not always the case. What other shadow expressions can you think of? I'll go in a minute, I'll go into some of the so-called sexual perversions. But what else can you think of as shadow expressions?
Suicidal? Is that
How would that be?
What was it?
Well, I don't
She
know.
said suicidal. Go
It
ahead.
seems like it would be when the perversion, when love is not experienced, that the reaction would be.
So, in other words, that if you're
self-destruction.
suicidal, the chances of your lover being real constellated are not too good.
Right.
Right.
In fact, all self-destructive kind of behaviors. I mean,
Right,
like
but you
even
know-
slow suicide, such as alcohol.
And you would look at that in a way in terms of asking what the suicidal fantasy is for. And what it would be for would be to destroy an organization in which there was no room for this. See? And so a lot of the destructiveness, a lot of the important, anytime you got a suicidal fantasy, something does need to die. Not your body, but something. But that would be an example. Yeah, I think so. Let me say a word about some of the so-called sexual perversions, fetishism of various kinds. How would you interpret that under this context?
Inappropriate object identification.
Well, it would be part object identification. That is, you cannot love a person, but you're trying to get your lover going, right? So you will love what you can love. And you know, people do the best they can. So we don't want to make fun of people. They're doing their best. This is what they can love. You would use the same way of approaching people who can only feel erotic with pornography and masturbation. That is, this is the condition of their lover. And they are working on it. I've worked with many men who were locked in a pattern where their love life was pornography and masturbation. Now, they were married, many of them. Some of the wives knew about this and some of them didn't. But what is true is that this is the condition of his lover. And in my view, that is not to be destroyed. That is to be understood and built on and used as a beachhead to expand. Because this is as far as the lover has been able to get into the world. And what you try to do is to expand the area in which a man can function as a lover. You ask the question, how is he functioning as a lover? What can he love? And then you try to help him widen the things and persons he can love. See? You would use this with all of the same hermeneutic you would use for all of the other forms of sexual perversion, so-called perversions. You would simply see them as difficulties in the functioning of the lover. And you would try to help them broaden this so that they could love humans first. So if a man gets to where he can love humans, plural, that's progress. Even if it's not very deep. So promiscuity, in my view, would be better than not being able to love anything human. See? Then you hope that he'll get to where he can love someone more thoroughly. And that's where you get into the real difficulty here. That is to say, to really have a mature object relationship, you have to learn to be subtle and nuanced, and learn about complexity of other people, and learn the difference between your anima or animus and a real person. You know, there's been so much talk about how, oh, well, you know, when you fall in love, when you love somebody, it's really just your anima projection or your animus projection. Well, I have never understood why people say that. Because projections like that don't make you love people, they destroy your love for people. You're not loving someone else when you're just seeing a part of your own self projected on them. You're not seeing them at all. What is happening, you know, the whole thing about falling out of love, well, if when you withdraw your projection there's nothing there, you never could love anyway. You were unable to love in the first place. You were acting out your narcissistic woundedness. See? Yes.
Well then, wouldn't you say that in many cases of these perversions, then that the lover archetype is not really being activated or accessed?
Yes, that's right.
So there might be a man, there might be one man who's into pornography and masturbation. Well, I don't know, I'm not clear what he is loving other than his anima. But maybe that is a path for him to love another person. But for someone else, it might be a very enclosed thing, and there isn't any true activation of the lover. That is very...
No, you didn't. I must have misspoken.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not activated. I think that is the way the archetype of the lover is activated in him. Oh. That is where he feels it. That's where he can feel it. That when he's looking at 462 pictures of a woman's breast, and he can feel when he does this. He can feel his passion. He can feel his energy. Or he looks at all these pictures of a woman's pubic area. He can feel something. He feels dead most of the time. That's what we've got to understand. He feels dead. He feels like he's wood most of the time. When he gets in this ritual context with his pornography, he can feel something. He can feel alive. It is the word libido. He can feel libido, life force. So what you try to do is to help him understand why he's feeling this, help him value it instead of feeling like he is a monster, help him see that this is progress for him. Yes.
One, approaching this from a different idea, though, what is the function of the lover archetype in coming to terms with the inner woman?
The archetypal female lover, she's a lot of things.
Most of what I read, they say it's the other way around.
How's that?
You have to be in touch internally first to be able to be much of it.
Well, there are a lot of people that make broad statements like that. I think that's radically oversimplified. Most men learn about the anima through outer women. You don't learn about the inner feminine without women.
Well, Robert Johnson.
How many? Yeah, well, Robert Johnson. He's a wonderful man, but he hasn't been married.
Didn't know that. I might have guessed it. Enough said.
Read a lot of books.
On sexuality.
How does the guru get along with
But it's both and, of course. I mean, if you're wired for the contrasexual, you have direct access in some way. But remember, these inner potentials have to be invoked. Something has to invoke them. They don't just manifest willy-nilly. If they did, we would all be a lot more rounded than we are. So your experience, and see, one of the instructive things is just, on that, you just go through your life and you get conscious about all of the different relationships you've had with the feminine. And you'll get some idea about your shape of the anima development. It won't be one-to-one, but it'll have lots of clues. Yeah.
On this topic, Hermann Hesse, who Alice Miller discusses, if you read Hermann Hesse's books and kind of the history from the first through the last, you get, I think, a nice picture of a man struggling with that wounded, from childhood wounds, and the lover trying to work out those issues. And maybe in the glass bead game it kind of gets worked out the best, but if you look at Damien or something like that, it's...
well, literature is full of it. I mean, so much...
He worked it out in his own life.
Right. Very few artists do. I mean, very few anybody does. I mean, this is hard stuff. I mean, the thing you have to do with people, if you're going to help people in this world, not just in fantasy world, main thing you have to get them to understand first is that this is real hard. Just because you're having problems in your relationship doesn't mean there's anything wrong with this. You're just human. You're not an archetype, and she is not an archetype. And archetypes may get along better, but actually they don't. You study the relationships between the gods and the goddesses, they don't get along any better. So, it's amazing how many people think relationships ought to be easier than they are. And if their relationship with their lover or their spouse is not perfect, then they ought to think about going elsewhere. When in fact, if you do a little research, the perfect lovers exist in fantasies. See? And in short relationships. Short relationships. Yeah, that stops, the easy bit stops when the relationship begins. When you actually start constellating the lover, that's when it gets hard. When you start trying to love a real human being, now that's when it gets difficult. So that is the main thing with this, and with the start we all got in our families, it's the miracle is how well we do. We do real well, considering. Well, we're out of time. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but let me just say a little bit about the regulative role. It should be evident from what we said before that a king that doesn't have much of the lover is going to be a dangerous man. To his family and to his associates and to his society, so forth. And the same thing is true of all these other archetypes. We can talk about the perversions of the lover all we want to, or the problems with the lover, but if you don't have this constellated, you will be a dangerous person. You know the word necrophilia? Is not just the idea that somebody wants to have sex with a corpse. That's just the fantasy image. Necrophilia is what emerges in people when this is really undeveloped. You get people that live lives that move toward death because they're so full of hate. And so they use their power in the service of death. And so necrophilia really is what you get is lifestyles in people, and you see a little necrophiliac in all of us. The part of us that's so wounded and despairing about ever being loved is a necrophiliac. Wants to push the button. Wants to see it all go down the tubes because I was here and you didn't love me.
And that's the only because. No other because really fits.
Well, what other could there be, right?
Yeah.
I was here and I am lovable and you did not love me. And you deserve to die. And this world does not deserve to exist. One last question. We've got to take a short break and then do our exercise. Yes.
The ultimate of that is that believing I am not lovable.
Yes, but they're part of every human being in the true self that doesn't believe that. There's a part of every human being that knows better. The deepest, at the deepest level of the psyche, everybody knows they deserve to be loved in the true self. And it's that true self that's enraged. When you're met with a lack of love, the true self, read Alice Miller again, true self is enraged. Rightfully so. The only problem is that dying is not the solution to this thing. Yeah. Yes, a soul scorned. Hell hath no fury like a soul that is scorned. Thank you very much. We'll take a break now and then we'll do some active imagination.